It's official. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of our January commission meeting. We're here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Welcome everybody today. With this, I would call the meeting to order. I would do a roll call of the commissioners present. Commissioner Lundvall,
Present.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson, I think he was excused again today. He talked to me this morning email. Still sick. Commissioner Ladwig.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Bell.
Here.
Very good. We will proceed with having a quorum. For members of the public who would like to address the commission today on any agenda item, and I encourage the public to participate in our meetings, please fill out a comment form. It'll be located out to my right at the registration table. If you're participating via Zoom and you would like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of this meeting. As we work through the agenda, I will give you every opportunity to participate and address the commission. I would ask that you all speak concisely, not repetitive on the same topic, and be courteous of others. I think this is great, Tony. Please silence your cell phone. And as we discussed yesterday, new policy is bringing telephones will make a donation to the Access Yes program. And if you would join me now with the pledge, we'll get started.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. We'll resume with our agenda, our revised agenda from yesterday. And we are on agenda item 15. Mr. McBarnes with the Wildlife Fund. Morning, Chris.
it was really a win-win. We cut down some elk population, and then we also got wounded warriors, youth, and first-time hunters that were women out in the field hunting. And we're going to continue this on this fall with Table Mountain Outfitters. But on behalf of Scott and Angie Denny, they wanted you guys to have those books, and it's different hearing about something and then seeing it. And it was a really special experience. So with that being said, we're going to keep going strong in 2024 with the Wildlife Fund. Thank you all so much for your support. And Nate, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Chris. President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, and the commission. I'm excited to be able to follow up with Chris on sharing about a partnership that we just got done this year for the first time, like a point of kind of a proof of concept type of a thing. One of the things about the Wildlife Fund that's special is you guys' investment in it has created the ability to build partnerships that impact a lot of people and impact a lot of wildlife. And so I had kind of a thought that I kind of threw out there to a group of NGOs. These are, I don't know if this is working, but oh, point it that way. Oh, there we go. Still not working. It's on. Oh, there it goes. All right. Well, it's anyway, you can kind of see it. So anyway, I reached out to some NGOs. One of the things I think that we really need to focus on is getting people together under the same roof or under the same hat to accomplish big things. And the wildlife crossings, I'm not gonna steal Angie's thunder. Angie's got a presentation about the wildlife crossings themselves, but there's all sorts of different missions, different goals, different thought processes in mind. And I think, you know, there's big ticket items that we all have to work on. And so I wanted to see if we could get people together to go to Frontier Days, build awareness about wildlife crossings. So I had the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, the Nature Conservancy, the Mule Deer Foundation, Sporting Lead Free, Bow Hunters of Wyoming, and ourselves, Wildlife Fund. We all collaborated for a booth space at Frontier Days. Took a little work. I'd like to thank the Cheyenne Frontier Days board for actually making it happen. They typically don't give booth space up to NGOs, but I kind of argued the fact that there was a group of us. It wasn't just one NGO, so we made that happen. They gave us a good deal on a booth space. So basically the idea was a collaborative coalition of NGOs that agree that humans oftentimes create barriers to wildlife that can be mitigated through the use of research, technology, and infrastructure to limit the impact to wildlife and ensure their place on the landscape in perpetuity. And so the whole idea was just to put these folks together, deal with these problems. We have problems, wildlife vehicle collisions, loss of habitat, fatalities from fencing or fence removal and modification can create those solutions for that problem. And then there's lead poisoning. That's something that I never paid attention to. And I have to appreciate the Sporting Lead Free folks for the efforts that they're putting forth to educate people about that. But anyway, long story short, there's some stuff that we can all agree on. We spent 10 days in Cheyenne. There were 6 organizations on this trip around. I guess you could say. I'm hoping that there'll be more folks that'll see value in it and join up, but we raised about $14,000 for wildlife highway crossings. US 189 was our focal point this year. We can all agree on another project going forward, but this year it was US 189, and obviously you guys have seen that it was fully funded, and it was nice to have ground grassroots fundraising, on the ground folks raise some money and build awareness. And I think the education aspect of it is really the biggest, I guess you could say, benefit to the whole thing. We had over 400 contributions, personal contributions, people that stopped by the booth, learned more about the whole situation, and gave some money. And we had great raffle prizes. All these organizations reached out to different folks. That's a group of folks that have donated items, guns, coolers, you name it, a custom knife, custom spurs, all kinds of cool stuff. But anyway, long story short, we also had a saddle. That was a kind of our big draw. These are all the different logos for the partners that were there at the event at Frontier Days. And then here's some photos. We had a few dignitaries stop in, and that's Kyle. He's the rodeo announcer. And then it was just kind of a quick trip and fast to get it done, but we got it done in short notice, hoping that we can get everybody together and actually work on getting a better plan. More pics. I'd like to have more photo opportunities, things that'll actually hold people in the booth space. It's amazing to me how few people even know about wildlife highway crossings. They don't even understand them. They don't know why they exist. You know, I think they're driving by with their cell phone and they don't even notice that there's an 8-foot tall fence on both sides of the highway. But anyway, building awareness about these causes is something that a lot of groups can get together on and work hard on. Really an amazing thing. And I think it could grow and raise a lot more money in the future. So I wanted to let anybody that was there have a quick minute to say something. I think Sean is here. We have a couple of folks. I know Jess Johnson was trying to zoom in. She didn't come because of the weather, but if you guys want to say a quick minute about it, that'd be great.
I'll just say it was great of them to put it together, and he did a majority of the work. He's the only one who had to stay all week. We were trying to separate it out day to day. So hopefully this next year we can take that off his plate where he's just here a few days too. But it was just nice getting out there and making sure everyone knew we all supported the same things. We're all together on this. So great job by Nate organizing it. And we just appreciate being involved and helping out.
Is anybody else on? Did Jess make it in? I don't know. I just don't want to exclude her if she's trying to get on and say a minute, but say something. But if not, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you all. Thank you, Nate.
Yeah.
Any questions for the Wildlife Fund? Good work, good report. It's encouraging to see the growth.
Thanks.
Thanks to Brian and Janet for showing up this morning. It's good to see you guys. Thanks.
Okay, moving on, Chief King will introduce us to our next topic, chronic wasting disease.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. I'm really excited today for the opportunity to hear from several guest speakers. We actually have 4 guest speakers for you today. Well, 1 guest speaker, 3 department employees. And I appreciate the time you dedicated on the agenda today to chronic wasting disease. That, of course, as you guys well know, this disease is probably one of the most challenging and complex wildlife diseases that we're trying to deal with. So today, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from several folks. Like I mentioned, we're first going to hear from Dr. Allen. You all know her very well. She's our state wildlife vet and responsible for overseeing our vet services work unit. She'll give a CWD 101 overview. We'll next hear from Jessica Jennings Gaines. Jessica is our wildlife health laboratory supervisor. She's been with the department for 20 years. She took over for Hank Edwards when he retired last summer. She'll give you an update on our latest Wyoming surveillance information. Next up, we'll have Corey Class. Corey's our Cody Wildlife Management Coordinator. He's been with the department since 2013. He started as the Laramie Wildlife Coordinator and then transferred to Cody in 2018. He'll provide an overview of Wyoming CWD management. And then last, I'm especially appreciative of Mr. Matt Eckert. Matt is up from Colorado this morning to visit with us. Matt's the terrestrial programs supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. He supervises and coordinates oversees the statewide game management program, hunter access and data management for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And he's also the staff lead on chronic wasting disease management. And he'll share some lessons learned or a little bit of Colorado's experience in trying to manage chronic wasting disease. So we have 2 hours on the agenda for these 4 speakers. I'd recommend just so you know, there's no ask of a decision. You can sit back, relax, just take this information in. I'd encourage you to hold on to questions until the very end because I suspect that a lot of the questions you may have may get answered throughout these presentations. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Dr. Sam Allen.
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners, hello. And it is I'm here again to bring you some really happy information, as always. Again, as Rick brought up, if you do have questions, you can save them to the end. If you've just something burning, please just let me know. Also, maybe go see a doctor. So here we go. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about CWD. We're going to talk about what is CWD, and then we're going to talk about CWD distribution. I'm not going to go into all the details about our surveillance program and, in detail about the distribution in Wyoming. I'm going to leave that for Jessica, but I'm going to give you just a brief overview. So what is CWD? So we should know that by now, but just in case we're learning something new, CWD stands for chronic wasting disease. So this disease is an always fatal disease of the nervous system. So when we're thinking nervous system, we're thinking spinal, we're thinking brain. So that's where I want to bring you all. There's no known treatment or cure. North American species of concern are our white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, moose, and then reindeer and caribou. What is the pathogen though? So we're not talking about a bacteria, we're not talking about a virus, we're not talking about fungus, we're talking about a prion. This is known as an infectious protein. So this is very different from a lot of the pathogens we tend to know and love and hate. There are similar diseases. So there are other prion diseases. You folks might have heard of BSC or, it's very fun name mad cow in cattle. There's also scrapie disease, which is very similar. This is in sheep. There is a mink version as well. So there are other very species-specific prion diseases in the animal kingdom. There are also human-based prion diseases. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease is one of them. Kuru is a very interesting other one that inflicts certain humans. So it's not just chronic wasting disease, it's all on its own out here in a little island. So what is a prion? And this is where I wish I brought props because I tend to bring a folding chair and I'll fold it for you. So put your imagination glasses on. But when we're talking about a prion, we have to talk about a normal protein, right? Because we're talking about something that becomes abnormal. So think of your normal protein as a normal chair, okay? In its normal sit position, very useful, translating information across your body. You're walking, you're thinking properly. That's how we want our proteins to be shaped. Then all of a sudden, there is a shape change. And we take that normal, very useful protein that's in its sit position, and we're folding it up. So now we have a chair that's in a folded position. It's no longer useful for what it was used before, right? We can't sit in it anymore. It now becomes infectious. We can stack these chairs easily, right? And it becomes transmissible. The last problem when this folding chair is folded up is we can't get rid of it anymore. So it's now in this position that it's no longer easily degradable. Unlike our folding chair that was out, we could probably kick part of it off if we really wanted to get violent. But now we just have some totally unusable protein. So these proteins can either spontaneously fold, or they can become infected and they'll fold because of that infection. So there's two ways for that to happen. Think of BSC or mad cow. Sometimes in the States, you folks do pick up a spontaneous case of BSC because it naturally occurs in that population every so often. That altered shape, on top of now being infectious, not really useful, transmissible, and really difficult to get rid of, it now binds to all these other proteins. All this binding causes their shape to change as well. This spreads along our nervous system, right? Because we're talking about spinal and brain tissue, and then clumping occurs. And it's that clumping, and I won't make you learn about amyloid, it's on that slide, but that accumulation of clumping causes death and destruction to all these other cells in the tissue. And this is what it really does. So death and destruction, think holes in the tissue. And so you might have heard the term spongiform. all I want you to think about is spongy, right? Think of your sponge at home that you use to clean your dishes. So you'll have on your left here, that's a very normal brain tissue. If I'm looking at cells with a microscope, it's pink, it's uniform, and there's little purple dots. That's what you want your brain to look like. Now, the one here on my left, your right, I think you can agree they don't look the same. The color pink is still there, right? I still see little purple dots everywhere, but I also see a bunch of these holes. And what you don't want in your brain are holes. And that's what all these proteins aggregating and clumping cause. They cause these holes. It looks like a sponge. And again, other than my uncle back home, you don't want holes in your brain, right? You want it to be very uniform and pink. And that is the problem. All these holes and that sponginess in the brain lead to these clinical signs that we're seeing here. So this is something else to know about chronic wasting disease. It's a chronic disease. So it takes time for all these holes to happen. And that's why a lot of these clinical signs listed on here tend to only appear later in the disease process. So typically what we see, again, and what people think of, weight loss, drooling, behavioral changes. If you work with a lot of these animals, you start to know that CWD is inflicting a toll because we have very nice elk that all of a sudden are not so nice, or you'll have really mean elk that all of a sudden are super nice for some reason. You'll see hair coat changes, droopy ears like in our photo here, and just a lack of general awareness. The incubation period is about 1.5 to 2 years. That really can vary. If you really want to get into genetics, I do have a slide, but we'll save a lot of that for another day. And like I said, most of these clinical signs that people think of do happen in the last 4 to 8 weeks. Vast majority of all our harvested animals, the individual would not know that it had CWD. So it's that 1.5, not to the end stage that people tend to take these animals out in the field, and they really have no clue because they all think that we're looking for weight loss, drooling, it would be very evident, but it isn't always so. So how do prions get transmitted? As far as CWD is concerned, there are 2 major ways. The first way is animal to animal. Depending on what stage we're at in the prevalence of a population, this tends to be the predominant way that it's spread. So prions can get shed in the saliva, urine, and feces. So that's the direct animal to animal contact that does a lot of that transmission early on. And then when we get further in the process, we flip over to environment animal as well. So the environment is thought to also play a part in this transmission pathway. There's a lot of hypotheses there on how this occurs. Ingestion of contaminated soil plants or hay, again, from that saliva, urine, and feces, contact with contaminated surfaces like mineral licks, and just carcasses themselves, right? Kind of act as this nidus of infection in the environment. And why are we really worried about the environment? Because we have these proteins now, right, that are in this misfolded position that are not being degraded out in the environment. And the thought is they can last in the environment for a long time. For instance, scrapie can live in the environment for 16 plus years. As far as distribution is concerned, and this is a map from the USGS. They do a really nice job of updating these ones for North America. This is as of this month, so it's pretty accurate. CWD is now in 32 states in free-ranging populations and 3 Canadian provinces. It is in 18 states for captive cervids and 3 Canadian provinces. So it's really making its way, as folks would say. It's not only here, though. Norway, Finland, and Sweden also have CWD in their moose and reindeer populations. And then South Korea, for a time, also had CWD due to importation from here. Well, not here specifically, but North America. Okay, that's a ton of info. Now let's talk a little bit about the epidemiology of CWD, how certain factors can impact this disease. One of the big ones that comes up a lot, and I get a lot of questions about, are on carnivores and scavengers and their role in CWD. It's not perfect. We don't 100% know, and there's a lot of work going on right now. So that's how I'm going to preface this. The first one being that there's work looking at mountain lions. There is a thought that they are selectively preying on CWD infective animals. So that's work that's ongoing, but that's one way that they believe they're contributing in that. The other one is there was a paper that was released a few years ago now. It was a modeling paper and it looked at wolf, selective predation on CWD prevalent animals as well. And then as far as kind of ingestion of CWD material, there was a paper that was released recently on detecting prion amount, so before and after in mountain lions. And they did show that that amount of prions did decrease after going through these mountain lions. And this is similar to what we're finding in the bobcat work that we're doing here in the state as well. And then finally, there was past work looking at coyotes and crows and their ability to kind of pass infectious material. So they didn't look at quantifying the prion amount. They just wanted to know, were you infectious in and then infectious out? And they did detect infectious material in the coyotes up to 3 days after. But after that, they could not. All of these studies suffer from a small sample size, but it does show that potentially carnivores and scavengers are helping in some way reduce some of this load in the environment. How do genetics play a role with CWD? This is very brief. And again, if you have more questions, we can talk about it later. But genetics do seem to influence the length of time an animal can survive once infected. And that's been shown in white-tailed deer, mule deer, and in elk. Most animals still do die within 2.5 years. There has been no true resistance identified. So can any of you think of a prion disease where they have found a true resistance and they use it to their advantage? And we talked about it earlier on. It's not BSC. Anyone here farm sheep? No, scrapie. Yeah, so scrapie is one of the ones that a lot of folks really hope is similar to CWD because it is definitely something you can manage for depending on the genetics of your flock. There's been no documented immunity or recovery once an animal has CWD. One of the negatives here with genetics, because we all think, great, we will just promote the genetics that have animals live longer, right? Because that's going to benefit us. And one way potentially it does. But the other side is, are they then prolonging the shedding in the environment as well, right? So there's kind of this other side to it, which we're not quite sure which is better or worse. And then finally, how do sex and age, play a role with CWD? The first one in mule deer, and again, I think this really depends on where your herd is at, prevalence-wise. But for mule deer, CWD prevalence is males, tends to be higher than females. Again, the higher prevalence that your herd goes, I think that kind of equals out a little bit more, but this seems to be a little more early on. And then CWD prevalence tends to be higher in prime-aged males. And then finally, for elk, there tends to be no difference in the sexes, and prevalence, again, seems to be higher in prime-aged animals. I do have my little thing on there that says females do get CWD because I do get that question a lot too. So they still do get CWD. And again, depending on what herd we're talking about, we do tend to see female prevalence increase too. So there seems to be a carrying capacity there too, depending where we're at. Does this impact human health? Should I be concerned? So I've broken this down for you. There's two major ways that we can look at this in human health right now. One is through lab studies, right? So we take individuals that are similar to us, like non-human primates, we infect them and see if they get CWD. And there's another way to look at it, which is long-term public health data. So for the first category, some papers have said yes when they feed infected CWD meat. Non-human primates can get it. And then some studies have said no. So we're kind of in the middle, unfortunately. There seems to be what we call a substantial species barrier. So if you remember the first slide I threw at you, I said that there are other prion diseases. They seem very species specific, right? So we have a cow version, we have a cervid version, sheep, mink. We even have human versions, right? But they're very isolated, like in their categories typically. That's not to say that we're always going to be protected there and we're never going to end up with CWD. It's just to show that the questions are still out there and it's not absolute, because if a non-human primate can get CWD, it doesn't mean we could not. More work definitely needs to be done there though. As far as public health studies go, and this is the CDC looking back years, they used Colorado, Wyoming, and Wisconsin data because we're, the 3 states that have a lot of CWD for a long time. Also, we have a lot of hunters. They have not shown a link between individuals that get prion disease and the consumption of game meat, right? So we're feeling okay, but we still want to be cognizant that it could happen. So we do recommend that folks not consume CWD positive animals because the thought is we don't want to push it. And I don't think you want to be the first case that got CWD. I mean, you'd be famous, that's for sure, but I don't know if that's what you want your 5 minutes to be for. The CDC and the World Health Organization recommend not doing it as well. So we're not kind of out here making our own standards. Prions cannot be inactivated by cooking. Okay, that's another common question. You can kill a lot by, char broiling your meat, but not prions, unfortunately. You have to hit 900 Fahrenheit. So don't know if you can do that at home. As far as disinfection goes, if you're worried after you've butchered an animal, you can use 40% bleach for 5 minutes, and that should get the prions off of your knives and butchering equipment. And then finally, to kind of set Jessica up here, CWD in Wyoming. So it is unknown the date of origin that it hit Wyoming, so we're not totally sure. However, modeling suggests the disease has been present since at least the 1950s. It was documented in free-ranging mule deer in 1985. It was then documented in free-ranging elk in 1986, white-tailed deer in 1990, and then finally a single moose in 2008. And that has so far been the only moose that has been CWD positive in the state. And this is to give you an idea based on our surveillance. So map of Wyoming, you know this. The darker the red is higher the prevalence of CWD. The lighter the red, the least high. I did that poorly, but you get the idea. This map here is showing chronic wasting disease density in Wyoming, and this is in deer. And this is from 1998 to 2005. So you can see at that point where we are at, right? Mainly in southeastern Wyoming, that's kind of where the central nidus is. And this is where we've gone. So this is chronic wasting disease density in Wyoming deer, but this is from 2006 to 2023. So you can see that it's moved a little bit more north, a little bit more westward, and we have some larger density prevalent areas in the state. And this is in elk. And so elk surveillance is something that we continually work on. And we've done a really good job in the past, I'm going to say 10 to 15 years. However, it didn't start as early as our deer did. So I'm showing you here 2006 to 2023 in elk. But again, you can see where we kind of started out was southeast Wyoming. And again, we're making our way up north and a little over to the west. And then I said questions, but I lied, so we're going to hold those until later. And then we'll have Jessica now follow up with the surveillance data for 2023.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Excellent, as always.
Morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission. As Sam said, I'm going to present our preliminary CWD surveillance data for our 2023 today. So just a background on our CWD surveillance and monitoring. We started a new program for surveillance and monitoring a few years ago. We focus on a 5-year rotation of our herd units. The goal of this surveillance and monitoring program is to sample 200 samples per herd unit in a region over a 1 to 3 year span. So we are focusing on adult male mule deer and adult elk. We are also looking for statistically significant sample sizes, so that 200 samples within that 1 to 3 year period should give us a more accurate prevalence result for those herds. A lot of our herds, we are lacking in good sample sizes. So this kind of forces us to move into those areas where it's a little harder to get samples. Maybe we don't have as many animals harvested from those areas to focus on those. And we move around the state again in a 5-year rotation to hit all those areas. Outside of those focused areas within a year, we are still sampling for CWD, more opportunistic. We still test all samples for free throughout the state. So if a hunter wants their animal tested, they're free to get in touch with Game and Fish, and we will take those samples from anywhere throughout the state. And the lab is still working pretty efficiently that we get those results turned around in less than 3 weeks. This map just shows our mule deer herd areas that were focuses this year. And you can see they're spread throughout the state. Also on this map, you'll see 6 hunt areas that are green. And those are areas that were mandatory for CWD sampling this year. Those mandatory areas fell within the project herd, which is on the Wind River Indian Reservation. Our hunt areas 171 and 157. Those areas were also mandatory sampling last year. We have the part of the Paint Rock herd in the Cody region, which is hunt area 47 and 41 was mandatory this year, as well as 2 hunt areas when the rattlesnake herd in the Casper area, hunt areas 88 and 89. Those are mandatory sampling. We had folks in the field. We had head drop boxes out there, really trying to track down samples to get a good, accurate prevalence from those areas. And then those other herds were also focuses for this year. Here are elk herds that were focused this year. You can see most of those were in western Wyoming, and also the rattlesnake elk herd in the Casper region as well. So some of our statewide results for our CWD surveillance this year, these are preliminary numbers. We don't do our final calculations until we get our tooth ages back, since so many animals are having teeth submitted. We want to make sure that we put them into their age categories more specifically. So we'll do a final count after tooth ages are available in February. These numbers will change slightly at that point. So generally statewide, we sampled a total of just a little over 5,000 animals this year. Those were 2,228 mule deer, 908 whitetail deer, 1,885 elk, and 60 moose. And from those samples submitted, we did detect CWD in 2 new deer hunt areas and in 1 national park. And also we had 4 new elk hunt areas. So this is a map of our new deer hunt areas that CWD was detected in for the first time this year. You'll see hunt area 131, which is in the Green River region. Hunt area 154, which I believe is in the Pinedale region, but it sits just there on the Pinedale-Jackson border. And then you probably heard that we did have one of our focal herd research deer who did die in Yellowstone and was recovered, and it did test positive for CWD as well. These are our new elk areas where CWD was detected for the first time this year. Most are in western Wyoming, but we do have 1 near Casper, hunt area 122. In the Cody region, I believe we have hunt area 58. In the Lander region, hunt area 28. And in the Pinedale region, again, hunt area 92. This pie chart just shows where all these samples came from, right? We had a little over 5,000 samples submitted. Where were those coming from? So as expected, a majority of those come from our department, 79%. And those samples are taken at regional offices, at check stations, from our field folks. Again, some of those areas, we did have head drop boxes where hunters could drop a head and get sampled that way as well. Our second highest category is actually from hunters. We've got a lot of information out on our website to show hunters how to take their own sample. I think people take the opportunity, I do when I sample an animal, to kind of show the hunter what I'm doing and where they can pull those samples. Because a lot of folks, are backcountry hunters and they don't want to haul a head out all the way. So we try to make it easier for those people to sample themselves. They usually drop those samples off at a regional office, or we get quite a few mailed directly to the lab. After that, the federal government is actually the highest submitter, and those are a lot of different entities throughout the state. So Grand Teton works very well with us, getting us samples. The National Elk Refuge gets us a lot of samples. U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the Wind River Indian Reservation gets us some samples. After that, a little less, but we do get a lot of samples from outfitters. Chapter 56s, these are town removals that usually local police departments take part in, send us samples, game processors, taxidermists, and we do have a few researchers at the university who are out there taking samples on some of their animals as well. So just breaking down some of these statistics. So of the samples submitted this year by surveillance category, we had about 4,000 that were hunter harvested, 200 and some that were in our roadkill category, and 500 that were in our targeted category. We did have 3 unknowns that we were just unable to determine what category they should fit into. Of our positive samples received this year, or detected this year, a little over 500 were from hunter harvested animals. 21 were from those in the roadkill surveillance type. And then we had, I think 200 and some from our targeted surveillance. So to break these down by species, and I kind of went over the species breakdown generally in that first slide, but about 2,000 and some from mule deer, I think 900 from whitetail deer, 1,800 from elk, and 60 from moose. And of those that tested positive, we had 411 from mule deer, 223 from whitetail deer, and 52 from elk. We had no positive moose detected this year. It's been a long time since we've had a positive moose detected, actually. We've only had one in the state. So this kind of breaks down our prevalence this year based on our hunter harvested. So like I said, for our focus, for our statistics, we look at adult mule deer bucks, adult whitetail bucks, and adult elk. And these are all hunter harvested numbers. So we tested 1,411 adult mule deer bucks, and the prevalence statewide is 19%. Of our whitetail deer bucks adults, statewide prevalence is 30%. And in our hunter harvested adult elk, we're sitting at about 2.8% statewide. I will go into some more localized herd units just to kind of give an idea of some of our prevalences on a local scale. Of course, on a general statewide scale, some of our local areas are going to be higher or lower than this general prevalence. One more slide before that, though, is just to look at how we're succeeding in some of this focus surveillance. So these are the herds that were priority herds this year, kind of giving you the number of samples that were collected and where they're at in that 1 to 3 year 200 sample goal. And you'll see some of these herds are well over 100% of that 200 sample goal. You also see that they have asterisks. That's because these herds are actually in annual surveillance. These are some of our western herds that we're especially concerned about. So we do annual surveillance there, and we get a pretty good sample size from there. Outside of those, it kind of depends on the hunt area. You know, it depends on how easily accessible it is, how easy it is to get to hunters, how many licenses they're putting out, right? So you can see some of our deer herd South Converse, we're at 91% of that goal, which is pretty good. If you look at North Converse, though, we're only sitting at 25% right now. But they will have subsequent years to kind of make that up. As far as our elk herds go, some are doing pretty well. The Cody elk herd, we're up to 88% of that goal. Our rattlesnake herd, though, we're only at 13%. So this is looking at CWD prevalence in the Gray Bull River deer herd specifically. And I just wanted to throw together some of these slides so you can see how age and sex can differ between populations. You know, as Sam was talking about, females can get it. We kind of forget that. Different age categories are more susceptible. We see it more in those, but just kind of break out in different herds. CWD prevalence does kind of differ in some of those age and sex categories. You'll also see some of these numbers are highlighted in pink. That is simply to show that that's kind of a small sample size, not so small that I didn't think it was worth putting on here, but I just want to make you aware it's kind of a small sample size. You can see the 95% confidence interval is quite large. So that's probably not super accurate prevalence in there, but still worth giving you an idea of what we're seeing in some of these herds. So this Gray Bull River deer herd is in the Cody region, and it's made up of deer hunt areas 124 and 165. And this is a 5-year prevalence over the last 5 years. So we've gotten some pretty good sample sizes there in our adult male mule deer, and we're sitting at almost a 46% CWD prevalence in those animals. Our yearling male mule deer, again, the sample size is a little low, but we're sitting at 34.3% in yearling male deer. So a mule deer. So it's kind of shifted a little bit to kind of our younger age group. Our adult female mule deer are currently sitting at around 12.7%. Our adult male whitetail deer are very similar to our prevalence levels in mule deer, 44%. And our adult female whitetail deer are actually about twice as high prevalence as our female mule deer. This is our project deer herd. Again, this is one that was mandatory sampling over the last 2 years and tends to be one of our highest prevalence in mule deer. Pretty good sample size here. Our adult male mule deer over the last 5 years, our prevalence is staying similar to what it was over the previous 5 years at 65%, which is extremely high. Our yearling male mule deer population is sitting at 27.3% in this herd. Our adult female mule deer are sitting at a 28.3%. Getting into the whitetail deers, our adult males are about 30%, so about a little less than half of our mule deer prevalence. Our adult female whitetail deer sitting at 22%, and our yearling male whitetail deer are only sitting at 8.6%. Again, we do have a little bit of a low sample size there, so that range could be higher. So moving on to areas where we have a little less CWD. So this is the sublet deer herd. I threw this one on here. It's got a lot of hunt areas in this herd unit. That's quite a large herd unit. We did have 4 positive mule deer detected in this herd unit in 2023 alone. We still have a pretty low prevalence here. So very good sample size, 505 deer over the last 5 years, adult male mule deer, only 11 positives, so sitting at 2.2%. And we have yet to detect it in a yearling mule deer in this population. And then our Wyoming range deer herd. Again, this is made up of 5 different hunt areas. We've had CWD there for a while. The first time it was detected. I mean, not as long as, of course, Eastern Wyoming, but it's been there for several years. Pretty good sample size in our adult male mule deer population, and we're sitting at 0.6% in this herd. And again, we've not detected it in yearling mule deer in this herd yet. So when I move on to elk, I just throw this on one slide together, just to kind of look at some of our elk prevalences. And of course, our higher prevalences are more in the central and eastern part of the state. I did throw the herd unit of Piney on there out of the Pinedale region because we did have, that's where our new hunt area 92 sits. So this is our first detection this year. We've only had 1 positive. So that's sitting at 0.5% prevalence at the moment. As far as our other higher prevalences within the state, we have the Laramie Peak herd unit, which is hunt area 7, just around here. We're sitting at 4.5%. Our South Bighorn herd unit is at 5.7%. Our North Bighorn herd unit up in the Bighorns is sitting at 7%. And our Iron Mountain, which is hunt area 6, is still our highest prevalence in elk in the state at 10.2%. But you can see that some of these areas are starting to catch up. So that is all that I had to present on our surveillance this year. If you have any quick questions, I know this is very stats heavy here. So if you had any quick questions or clarifications for me, you can let me know right now.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you for that. My question has to do with, I guess, research into new testing ideas. If the prion is shed in the feces and urine and the saliva, how long before we can have a little bit less intrusive test?
Well, I mean, those tests are up and running, and we are currently in the department. We've just hired someone that we're going to try to bring on at least the RT quick assay that you can use for that. So from a research standpoint, we could have that on board pretty soon. That is not validated for diagnostics. So as far as hunter surveillance samples, we would still at this point do ELISAs that we're doing now on those postmortem tissues. But yes, for research purposes, to kind of get an idea of what a herd would have through captures and things like that, that should be more available. There's still some trickiness, some of the tissues have worked pretty well. Some of the others like feces, maybe we're still, working out the kinks on those. But at this point, like I said, we've got someone on board for a year or two, so we should be getting that up and running. There are some other labs around the country, of course, that are doing work on that as well. But we should have that up and running in the department hopefully soon, and we'd be able to use that for research. And then who knows eventually down the line if it would ever be validated for normal diagnostic testing. We'd have to see. But yeah, hopefully that'll be available soon.
Good. Any other questions? We're good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. I'm going to talk to you about management and research based on our plan, and wait for the slide here in a sec. All right, so what I'm going to go over with you today, and it is a little bit heavy as far as verbiage and stuff, and there's a lot of information in this presentation, so I'm going to do my best to go through without sounding like an auctioneer. But so first, why we're here, then the CWD plan refresher, accomplishments by the department and research updates, and then look into human dimensions, CWD and other states as far as management, et cetera. All right, so why we're here today, so emerging, hang on, make an adjustment there. All right, so emerging science and management data suggests that some management strategies are promising. If you look at the 2018 WAFWA recommendations, some of those management strategies are to reduce artificial points of concentration, increase harvest, either through buck harvest reduction, density reductions, or to reduce that buck ratio, increase harvest in hotspot areas. So it's incumbent upon managers to explore ways to manage this disease for long-term herd health and sustainability for a wildlife population. So that being said, you look at CWD management, this is not a 1 year, 2 year, this is akin to habitat management. This is the long goal. This is the long haul. It took us a long time to get where we are. You saw that earlier. From the previous presentations, it took us a long time to get where we are. So it's going to take a long time to manage this disease too. It's not going to be a quick turnaround. And then certainly one thing that you'll hear, the 2019 survey that we used to help develop that CWD management plan, doing nothing is certainly a decision when it comes to CWD, but based on all the human dimensions data we have from our hunters, that's not acceptable. So our understanding of CWD has improved as well over the years. We certainly have a lot more information than we did in the past. We now know that populations are indeed being impacted. We also know that this disease is expanding, as Jessica just showed you, throughout the state, both in distribution and prevalence. We also know in most cases, bucks tend to have adult bucks in particular, tend to have a higher prevalence than does. It's higher in mature bucks. Prevalence in white-tailed deer certainly can meet or exceed. Environmental transmission may be significant, and prevalence in elk does not vary by sex, as Jessica just talked about. And then sympatric elk do not exhibit the same prevalence as deer. So those deer and elk that are living in the same herd area, elk tend to be a lower prevalence, deer tend to be higher. Although I did notice one that's actually contrary to that just now. Although there's a little published information on the effective management, there is enough known across states and within this state to warrant some level of action. So with our plan, the big thing is the adaptive management approach. Certainly, we're going to need to learn, and we're going to need to learn through conducting management activities and adapt over time. If something's working, stick with it. If something may not show signs of being productive or managing prevalence, then we should evaluate that and look if there's other tools. So management actions are strategically applied based on the best available science, which again is continuously improving, grounded in acceptable wildlife management practices. So things that we typically use to manage our herds. Some management actions are well, a lot of them, quite frankly, are going to be experimental in nature. Some have more experimental, I guess, replicates than others, but but they are worth trying. So the other thing in the plan certainly calls for broad and diverse public support. And I think what you'll see throughout this presentation, especially when we get to the human dimensions part, we do have broad and diverse public support from every survey that we have. There's certainly a majority of folks in Wyoming that feel that managing for this disease is a worthwhile venture. But there can be challenges with building support for some of these proposed actions, as I'm sure you've seen over the years. Management actions must be implemented over a long period or long term. Again, this is something that took a long time to get where we are. It's going to take a long time to manage. And then management is recommended through our plan in all prevalence levels. So the plan really has three main points. Focus, artificial sources of concentration, hunter-harvest management, and then additional agency and regulatory action. I'm going to focus mostly on hunter-harvest management and research activities that we've done. So the use of hunter-harvest strategies to decrease or stabilize CWD prevalence. Those are designed to reduce buck ratios, decrease deer densities, and address hotspots. Primarily focused on deer. I don't think I probably need to tell the commission that most places in the state, we are working to reduce elk populations already. So I don't know that we need to look at that as much. There's challenges in implementing harvest management strategies during periods of declining mule deer populations, right? We certainly saw a pretty significant winter here last year. Some deer populations are lower. The last thing on some people's mind is managing for CWD, but certainly we have to consider that moving forward. Certainly need to manage the disease where we can and as much as possible. Proposed management actions may vary in scope and significance. And that's just to say that it doesn't have to be a herd level venture. It doesn't have to be a hunt area level activity. It could focus on something as small as a municipality, right? Or it could be much larger. It could be one landowner. So it definitely can vary in scope and significance. So some of the things that we've done, certainly one of the big things is in 2020, following that 2019 survey, also following a large collaborative effort across the state with a working group. The CWD management plan was put together, then it was put back out to the public for comment. Then we incorporated those comments and that ended in a 2020 CWD management plan that was brought before the commission and was approved. A little history on that CWD management plan was something that we were directed as a department to do from the commissioners at that time. And I believe one of the commissioners' statements was, we don't want to be a control state anymore. So he made that statement, and that was one of the impetus to really move forward on the CWD management plan. So additionally, continue intensive statewide surveillance. Jessica already talked about that. We certainly have amped up our surveillance. We know a lot more than we did. Some news is good news. The gray bull herd is one of my herds in Cody, not necessarily great news. But it's one of those deals where you look, we had a low sample size. And the more we sampled, the more it did indicate that that low sample size was true. We did have a high prevalence. So kind of where there's smoke, there's fire in some cases. Continue to lead or collaborate on CW related research. So we have a lot of projects ourselves, and then we are a collaborator with a lot of other agencies and entities on research. And then pursuing additional agency and regulatory actions. Anything we can do, for example, our transport regulatory actions. So you can't transport out of state, have to put things in proper landfills, positive animals, or leave them where you harvested them. So those kind of things to help with the spread. And then all of us are trying to stay apprised of emerging research and information across various states and different research organizations. And certainly the stuff that we're looking at moving forward. So enhanced surveillance, Jessica got into this really well. So I'm really just going to fly through this one. Matter of fact, yeah, what we did is identify some really good hotspot information. The one thing is mandatory sample submission in select areas. That's not something that we come upon lightly. It's not that we put every herd in mandatory sample submission. It's something that we usually are out there trying to collect samples. If we feel like we're getting too few samples and we just can't seem to get that number that we need, then we look at a mandatory sample submission to increase that sample size and get it to a sufficient level. We have incentivized sample collection via a raffle. Not sure exactly how that's working. We're gonna have to evaluate that here in a few years, but binos, guns, et cetera, are being used to incentivize hunters to provide samples. And then again, the big thing that Jessica mentioned is the numerous partnerships. Hunters have really taken off, and university partnerships, outfitters, particularly in the Cody region, have been very useful and helpful as far as collecting samples. So harvest management and mule deer. One of the goals is for increase or maintain mule deer buck harvest to decrease male ratios. Buck mule deer typically have a higher prevalence than does. Most Wyoming mule deer herds have high buck ratios regardless of population size. So if you look around the West, we have some of the highest buck ratios in the Western United States for mule deer. For a long time, that was really good. In the face of CWD, that might not be as good, based on what we know with mature bucks and bucks having higher prevalence. But certainly that's something that we have. We have two different management strategies for mule deer that I'm sure the commission's aware of, but one is the recreational management, 20 to 30 bucks per 100 does. And then we have the special management, which is 30 to 40. So we try and keep it within that range. So just some examples, the rattlesnake herd is in the mid 40s, is down to the low 30s. It's still a really high buck ratio if you look at some of these other states, and we'll talk about some of that later. But maintain season length in some of these areas and opportunity for antlered mule deer, despite underage or under objective populations, to keep managing that buck ratio, maybe not to the highest point, but maybe something within that range. It's on the lower end. All right, so this one is one of the Cody examples. This is a paint rock mule deer herd. This map is really washed, I think. At least it appears it to me. So essentially, this is a paint rock mule deer herd. Yours looks way better than that one there. All right, good. So this is Shell Creek right here. This is the Hyattville area, and then this is Ten Sleep area. So black dots are all the animals that were sampled that CWD was not detected, red were detected. We have any deer seasons that we implemented there in 2020, which means just that you can harvest any deer during the general season to manage some population turnover there. We have an older age buck season designed with a type 1. So we implemented type 1s in 2022, 25 licenses each in both hunt areas 41 and 47. To test effectiveness of targeting mature bucks. And we also placed, and I'll get to that in just a little bit later in the research, but we also placed quite a few GPS collars out to understand movement. So quite frankly, for a manager, we need surveillance, but the surveillance data is really useful, but we also need to understand how these deer are moving through the landscape. To understand how these deer use the landscape is a really big piece of the puzzle as far as where we need to focus management and where these movements are and how we can hopefully slow or prevent movement from those herds. And then target hotspots. So another management technique that we implemented with the late season buck hunts was more of a hotspot focus, if you will, with the general season. We extended the general mule deer season within a half mile of irrigated land, which really is where we see that really focused area. And if you see on this map here, all these hotspots that you can see are all associated with agricultural riparian areas. They're also pretty close, extremely closely associated with St. Patrick whitetail populations. And that's one thing I guess I would bring up is one of the things that we're seeing certainly in the Cody region, and I think other parts of the state, is where we have really good booms in whitetail populations, where whitetail populations seem to take off and have high densities and high numbers. We have a subsequent following pretty high prevalence event, and that's when we seem to really see things. The Grable River is a perfect example. We had a lot of whitetails in that country for a long time, and now we're starting to see some really high prevalence. So not necessarily 100% cause and effect, but something to look at. So prevalence for this herd was averaging 17%. As you can see, there's a really good sample size there over the 3-year period, 371 samples. General license harvest in the lower elevation riparian areas is successful at targeting positive mule deer. The late season hunt resulted in so our late season buck hunt, the first year we ran it, which was last year in 2022, we had, I believe, right around 5% positive for our bucks. So that caused us to do some head scratching and thinking as far as, well, this hunt's focused on mature bucks. One thing I would point you to is if you look at this herd, this is hunt area 41, 47. And our mule deer currently are lower density in this part of the world because of drought, CWD, cheatgrass, all the fun things that impact mule deer. But if you look at a lot of these deer that the buck hunters were focusing on were coming from the mountain population or the animals that were higher up, and we feel like those had lower prevalence. So that might be why we're seeing some of that low prevalence in that hunt. We do have preliminary data for this herd for 23, and we didn't detect anything in the northmost hunt area there, which is 47, but in 41 we had 25%. So that is actually higher than the 17% herd average. So there's some things we need to ferret out there. Again, adaptive management, look at some of that stuff. I guess what I'm getting at is, there's a lot of things that go into this. We're going to look at if late seasons are warranted here, but I would also put a caveat in that late seasons do work really well in a lot of other places. We're just experiencing some learning and maybe not applying it exactly correctly here. So we'll have to look at that over time and see if that's something we want to maintain. Late season, but so hunters likely targeted migratory deer, vulnerable, different prevalence. And then the late season buck hunts being evaluated. Okay. So this is a rattlesnake mule deer herd. Again, kind of the edge, and I should have talked about that with the paint rock herd, but the paint rock herd is kind of north of Southwest Bighorn, which has higher prevalence. So it's the leading edge. North Bighorn mule deer don't have as high a prevalence. You look at, this is a very similar situation here in the Casper region where you have hunt area 88, which is that sliver hunt area. And then you can see the hot spot there with chronic wasting disease. And then 89, that larger hunt area with very little light colored concentration with very low prevalence. And that certainly that area in 88 is that riparian kind of interface that we were talking about before, and I think you'll see it throughout. But so the idea here is to reduce potential transmission from a known area that certainly has a lot more CWD into an area like 89 that has a good reputation for buck hunting and something we want to keep on the low prevalence. And so doe harvest in the form of type 7s and some additional sampling validated that yes, in fact, 88 did have high prevalence. And they are trying to manage that herd so that it doesn't jump into 89. So the 2023 data indicates prevalence again was high based on the data they collected, 30% in mature mule deer bucks, 19% in yearling bucks. Again, that's a little alarming anytime that yearling ratio gets up, or that yearling prevalence gets up there. And then the data is not available for females because of later seasons. Again, that larger hunt area 89 is got a lower prevalence. And the sample sizes are still low in this area, but they plan to continue their efforts to bolster sample size and continue to look at this. So this is the project mule deer herd, the in the 60s prevalence area that is in that Riverton Pavilion country. Extremely high CWD prevalence, mandatory sampling to better understand prevalence and distribution in this area. Starting to have difficulty encouraging buck mule deer harvest because of such high prevalence. One of the main reasons folks hunt is certainly to consume animals. And then increasing concern over low mule deer numbers in that area. And so what we're learning there, this is the prevalence in adult mule deer bucks. Well, this was a different, Jessica presented better information with a better sample size. So we'll go with hers at 65%. And then 34% in adult whitetail bucks and 23% in adult female whitetails. And then the other thing that we're seeing, which is kind of unheard of, is that landowners with landowner licenses are choosing not to harvest deer in this area. Certainly a concern as we get into these high prevalence levels. What do we do to encourage sportsmen to continue to participate and hunt, because they are one of our best management tools as far as implementing management. So may need to explore alternate licensing to encourage buck harvest in areas with high prevalence, something to look at in the future. So harvest management, additionally, so some other harvest prescriptions have been proposed, but were abandoned due to some public concern. So Sheep Mountain and the Laramie Mountain areas were proposed to, but there was some public concern there, and those were tabled for the time. So harvest management for whitetail deer, don't have to get into this really, but in a lot of places we are managing pretty aggressively for whitetails. Certainly whitetails, about the only thing that controls whitetails, it seems to be, is EHD. And so as far as whitetails, we can be pretty liberal with whitetail harvest, and certainly in areas with CWD, I think that's warranted based on what we've seen. And a side note is, places like Jackson are managing for little to no white-tailed deer right now, just due to overlap with elk winter range and et cetera, and the concerns over there. Elk, not going to get into this much either, right? I just mentioned we're pretty liberal on elk seasons. We're certainly not trying to grow elk in a lot of parts of the state. So by default, based on managing towards our objectives, we already are in what I would consider density reduction mode for elk, which is certainly a CWD management tool. And then with agency and regulatory actions, right, eliminate areas of concentration to prevent hotspots, targeted removal. So there's a lot of feeding bans out there, particularly in municipalities. When you get it in the county lines, it's a little bit different outside in the county, but for the most part, a lot of feeding bans within the municipalities. Targeted removal and testing of cervids showing signs. So when we get a lot of calls, any region that has CWD, we get a lot of calls of animals acting sick. We certainly go out there and remove those animals, get them to the landfill. Additionally, some places are even having permits so that when they're out there doing their ground counts and they notice sick animals, we can remove those and get them into the landfills as well, get them out of that system. Urban deer reduction programs. That was mentioned earlier. There's several communities across the state with 56 permits that also have feeding bans. An example, City of Sundance, 100 permits for deer removal, 14% prevalence within that urban area, that hotspot, which is higher than the surrounding hunt areas and herds. Carcass disposal, certainly we want to make sure people can get carcasses disposed of properly. Cost shares are out there, for example, with Fremont County, no cost disposal to the sportsman. Other places we're working on, not just sportsmen, but we have people who find dead deer in their yards and other places. We want to make sure they can take animals somewhere as well. Assist in finding solutions for communities where landfills have closed. No secret to anybody in here, but we're losing landfills and gaining transfer stations. That makes it tough for animal disposal. So working with municipalities and DEQ to get partnerships for dumpsters. People, even our own staff, in a lot of cases have hauled carcasses to landfills to make it work. So a lot of things are going on there. Research updates. Hope I'm not boring you too bad. Hang in there. All right, so research updates. So real quick, just getting at the Paint Rock Southwest mule deer herd. We talked about that a little bit beforehand. Collared 110 mule deer, looking at survival rates, movement, habitat use, CWD testing, every mortality that we can test. And you'll see that throughout these research projects I'm going to talk about. And just know that not every animal you walk up on, you can test. Some are scattered a little bit more to the wind than others. And some you can find, tonsils or brainstem or lymph nodes, and some you can't hardly find anything but hide. So December 2022, 2023 results, we had 22 mortalities since the beginning in both herds, which is roughly 20%. Of that, 60% of those, 60% prevalence in the mortalities. So 60% prevalence of mule deer in those mortalities that we were able to test. And then we've also gotten some really valuable movement and habitat use data out of this project. Upper Wind River mule deer, the project herd, they've collared 40 mule deer, 30 does, 10 bucks. Again, survival rates. They took antemortem or live CWD tests. They're also getting movements as far as migration, habitat use, and CWD testing all possible mortalities. They also conducted a siteability survey and got an estimate for 2023, which will be really useful as far as tracking this herd over time. We've got a kind of an idea of where that herd is now with that siteability, so it'll be really good to repeat that in a few years with all the CWD information to see how that herd is tracking over time. And they will continue to collar animals to maintain that 40 collar level, and then continue harvest strategies to decrease deer densities. So the Upper Powder River, this was done a few years back, but it's a herd that's relatively depressed in production. And so they collared 119 deer, adult mule deer does, both resident and part of the migration or part of that migratory population. And they wanted, and they collected all the vital demographic data that we talked about for the other studies. Of note here, though, it's pretty alarming, adult female survival rates. So for 2019, 69%, 2020, 69%, 2021, 73%. So many years ago, a bunch of Western states got together, looked at adult female survival, and really where adult female survival should be. If you want growing herds, and you've probably heard this from Monteith and others, but you want that 80 to 85% adult female survival. So when we start seeing 69%, 73%, that's indicative of a herd that could stagnate or even begin to decrease. That's demonstrating a problem, and really it kind of backs up what some of the managers were concerned about. So they had 67 mortalities investigated throughout the study. And the number one cause was predation at 21 total with 31%. Clinical CWD was second leading cause at 18 or 27%, followed by unknown emaciation in vehicles. One note to make here is clinical CWD means they tipped over dead from the disease. 100% succumbed to the disease. So that's not to say that some of these can be a little misleading, because certainly some of those that were predated upon also had CWD, but were listed as predated. Anyway, you'll see that across some of these as well. North Bighorn mule deer, you look at mule deer, this was initially a project with Kaufman and his crew. It then moved into the focal herd mule deer monitoring package here. So of the 10 mortalities to date in the southern portion of the herd, 9 of which have been directly attributed to clinical CWD. That's quite a bit. So the North Bighorn mule deer herd kind of does something weird. It's above Shell Canyon, goes up around the horn, and then drops quite a ways down on the eastern side of the Bighorns. Some of that southern portion on the eastern side really showed quite a bit of CWD in their mortalities. So small sample size is a caveat, not a herd-wide analysis, and there's less mortalities in the northern portion of the herd. And this herd wasn't designated as a cause specific, so that's to say we don't have a ton of extra help to go in there and investigate, but I know for sure that our managers are getting in on everyone that they can, and they're doing a pretty darn good job of it. Bates Hole, another research project. There's quite a few in this Casper area. 68 mule deer collared, neonates also captured. Since the initial capture, 39 or 68 or 50% of the adult does died. Predation again, leading cause. Again, there's some complexity there though. when you look at that between that and CWD, but clinical CWD is the second leading cause, again, the ones that tipped over from it. And then remaining causes are pretty similar: vehicle strikes, malnutrition, that sort of thing. Then again, the alarming part, annual adult female survival was 0.66 to 72, right? That's still pretty concerning. So that's not where we certainly traditionally have had those really healthy populations as far as annual survival for mule deer females. And then survival and cause-specific mortality, very similar to the study in 2017. South Converse, another 118 deer were collared 2010 to 14. Mountain lion predation and clinical CWD were again the leading causes. It's kind of a theme there as far as that. And again, how those interact. A lot of these studies didn't pull apart how those interacted with each other. But we'll talk about it. We do have one in the process that does. Annual adult female survival there, again, low. We're looking at that 0.65 to 0.73. So in these areas where we've had really long-term CWD and things of that nature, we're starting to see what is very indicative of herd production that's going to lead to population stagnation or possibly decline, certainly in bad conditions. This is real quick, a collaborative effort with USGS. Certainly one of the things we talked about was point concentration, point source. Mineral blocks was something that came up in our CWD group when we were developing the plan. So essentially this was a collaborative effort with USGS looking at these mineral sites and ways that you could possibly mitigate those mineral sites as far as cervid use. 49 total sites were evaluated. Excluders were installed. Nothing new for anybody who's raised stock. They've been out there for a while. There's something very similar. So there's a lot of photos to analyze, but hopefully we'll have some information there. The real quick and dirty of it is 99% effective at excluding mule deer. As you can see, it's just a couple rubber flap. It's a large rubber flap over it. Deer are really good at figuring out how to get their snout in there. As you also might expect, elk are probably the ones that figure it out. So they're the ones who figured it out the best. So it's not as effective for elk. Moose, I don't know, it probably isn't worth their time. So they probably just leave it alone, but it's 100% for the few moose that tried it based on the camera trials. Cows can readily use it. And because it's so effective with mule deer, over time, mule deer stop visiting those sites as much. So 65 to 74% reduction in visitation because they're just not getting anything from it. And as a side note for producers, it helps you hang on to your mineral blocks longer because all these other critters aren't utilizing them. This is the CWD dynamics and mule deer mountain lion predation study, the lions and prions. So this was set up to determine CWD transmission dynamics and the influence of mountain lion predation in mule deer south of Casper. Really, the bottom is just talking about the Monteith shop and the Holbrook shop out of UW are both collaborating on this project with us. And really what we're looking at here for mule deer is to get survival, causes of mortality, cause-specific mortality, infection probability of fawns, fawn dispersal, and the collars will remain for the deer until 2025. For mountain lions, they monitored in 26 lions over 4 years, and that's been completed, investigated 1,284 clusters. Those are those collar clusters where clearly that animal's spending a lot of time. You go in and investigate those areas. Oftentimes they lead you to feeding sites. And so feeding at 745 sites. So they were able to collect 220 CWD samples collected at those feeding sites, which is really good. And the analysis is pending on that. So I don't have a lot more on that right now, but hopefully we have some really good data on that shortly. This is just an effort, again, a USGS collaborative, just kind of telling you some of the things that we're working on with others and ourselves. This is a modeling effort on the elk feed grounds, just to look at disease transmission factors using our known movement data, those sorts of things. Okay. What other states are doing? So really quick, I'm not gonna get into Colorado because Matt's here, so I'm gonna let him get into that. And before I do, I think I've used my time up, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to a couple things that I think are most germane, being as Matt's here. I'm gonna talk to you real quick about the human dimension stuff before I turn it over to Matt. This is the 2019 Hunter Perspective Survey we did for CWD. 2,000 folks surveyed, just broken out. Bottom line is right here, the big thing, the big take home is a large majority of people agreed that effort should be taken to reduce CWD. Taking no action was the most unacceptable decision. And these are some of the most acceptable management techniques based on that survey. Reduction in population, followed by increasing the number of late season buck licenses. 83% indicate priority should balance CWD with hunting opportunities. And then this is the last one. This is 2023 Mule Deer Hunter Attitude Survey. So we had 85,000 resident hunters surveyed, 7,200 responses essentially. So the big take home here is this is very fresh information. So as far as CWD management, hunters were asked how much they would support seasons to reduce CWD through harvesting deer at greater rates to reduce densities, et cetera. We had a combined 57% that either strongly or somewhat supported that, 24% that were neutral, and 20% that either strongly opposed or somewhat opposed that. And with that, I am going to move on for the sake of time. I appreciate your time and attention. Turn it over to Matt.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Director, and members of the commission, good morning. Matt Eckert, I'm the Terrestrial Program Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Before I jump into my presentation, I just wanted to say how much we appreciate the strong history of cooperation between Wyoming and Colorado. Whether it's the Fish and Wildlife Short Course or sharing experiences and expertise, the efforts we make to learn from each other in wildlife management cannot be understated. As such, concerning both of our approaches, the herd level deer management, our long histories with CWD, and our active CWD management plans, also our relatively complex license setting frameworks, I believe our agencies are in a unique position and best suited to learn how CWD prevalence responds to management actions taken on the ground. I'll begin with some background on Colorado's CWD management plan, what we call our response plan. Then I'll review some background on our deer herds and then move on to where we're at with CWD management. Side by side, our states are taking a very similar approach to CWD management. If you compare our plans, there are a lot of similarities. Our plans highlight the importance of taking action to ensure the long-term health and viability of our served populations. Our plans recognize the importance of using voluntary and mandatory testing to continuously monitor CWD. That sustainable management actions for long periods of time will be necessary, and that taking actions when prevalence is high, but also when it's low, is important. We are evaluating how various license setting strategies influence CWD prevalence over time. So the two main questions Colorado is trying to answer, and I think Wyoming is too. One is what harvest-based management actions are most effective at reducing CWD prevalence? And two, how long do we need to prescribe management actions to achieve a desired effect with prevalence? These are the few differences that I see in our plan. One is that Colorado is implementing a 5% compulsory management threshold, meaning if the prevalence exceeds 5%, generated from mandatory testing, then we will take action to try to reduce or limit CWD. And our threshold is based on prevalence with adult bucks. So that 5% is based on adult buck prevalence. We thought that formalizing a threshold would be necessary because management actions are controversial and public pressure may try to prevent actions from hitting the ground, especially when it comes to buck harvest. Currently, in every deer herd where our prevalence threshold is exceeded, we're above 5% in adult bucks. Colorado is taking some form of management action to reduce CWD. So this has worked well in Colorado because our CWD working group set an important limitation on how aggressive we could be with hunter harvest. That limitation is linked to our herd management plans. Every one of our 54 deer herds has a herd management plan. We use the term DAU, or Data Analysis Unit, to delineate individual deer herds. These plans establish objectives for post-hunt population size and sex ratio, which are locally developed through a public process. Draft plans are presented to our commission with opportunities for public comment and revised if necessary, then approved by our commission the following meeting. Every year, we set license quotas to move populations towards the herd management plan objective ranges. And the adoption of a herd management plan, that carries a lot of importance, not just because it sets the course of license setting for 10 years or more. A plan also sets the sideboards for CWD management. Our working group set a limitation in our response plan so that disease management actions, and specifically hunter harvest, would take a herd population or sex ratio, or both, to no lower than the bottom of the management objective ranges set in the herd management plan. These are sideboards. Because the objective ranges were also approved by the commission and the public through our herd management planning process, taking a herd towards the bottom of the objective ranges for the purpose of CWD management was already approved by the commission and already approved by the public. So this means we do not have any kind of public process for CWD management. We do not make a determination whether there is broad and diverse public support, which is another difference with our plans. The lesson we learned is how important these sideboards were to ease the minds of the public. There is no longer question about how aggressive buck harvest should be, because it's already reported in the management plan. Now I'd like to share a little bit more about our deer populations to lay a foundation underneath where we stand with CWD management. And this graph shows our statewide and regional breakdown of post-hunt deer populations, population estimates. Although some herds have increased in recent years and are moving towards our objectives, 21 of 54 herds are still below objective. Many of the large herds in western Colorado have declined, resulting in statewide total deer population decline. Something different is happening on the eastern side of our state. Herds are relatively stable over the last 20 years. In 2022, we were just over 400,000 deer, just under 400,000 deer. But when our classification data is ready in a few weeks, we'll probably report a large drop in population due to the severe winter that hurt the northwest part of our state last year. Our statewide average buck-doe ratio trend, and that's the number of bucks per 100 does, is shown here. As you can see, buck-doe ratio was stable for 15 to 20 years. And then steadily increased from 2010 to 2015, when our statewide average peaked at 38. This increase was strongly influenced by the Northeast and Northwest regions. Their sex ratios were high. Some were pushing into the 40s. And in some herds, mainly in the Northeast, sex ratio pushed into the 50s. And as you can see, we've intentionally reduced the sex ratio annual mandatory CWD testing was reinstated in 2017. That's the blue arrow on the graph. And then our management plan was adopted in 2019. That's the green arrow on the graph. So the act of instating CBD management and that 5% management threshold is the main reason why we are now seeing buck-to ratio at $30 per 100 dose. Once we learned how high CWD prevalence rates were in the Northeast and Northwest especially, deer managers were locally trying to aggressively reduce the sex ratio. And the reason we went after sex ratio is explained by this graph. You saw similar things earlier in the day where the prevalence in Colorado male and female deer is different. In most herds, prevalence is 2 to 3 times higher in adult bucks than adult does. And that means, at least in terms of reducing CWD prevalence, the lowest hanging fruit we have is reducing buck-to ratio. So we try to estimate prevalence for does when we can, but not all herds have doe licenses. And where we do have doe license quotas, they are much lower than for bucks. So mandatory testing sample sizes for does would be unreliable for most herds statewide. And that's why we use adult bucks as the basis of all of our management decisions for CWD. To get around the doe sample size issues, and I hope you can see it behind me. There are, we pulled all of the sample sizes in different regions of our state. And here's a regional breakdown. The gray bars are sample size, and the scale is on the left y-axis. And prevalence is on the right y-axis, and that's in the red. We're seeing the same relationship between bucks and does statewide that we just saw from smaller sample sizes at the individual herd level. And here, where we've had strong sample sizes for both mule deer and whitetail deer, it's primarily in our northeast region of our state, we don't see clear differences in prevalence between the species. Prevalence may appear to be slightly higher for mule deer on this graph, but that's because our confidence intervals are large for whitetail deer due to low sample sizes. For the time being, we are considering the susceptibility to CWD for both species to be about the same. And here are our CWD prevalence estimates for adult bucks as of January 2023, broken down by herd. And where we have large enough sample sizes, we break it down to game management unit level, which is smaller. Herds include at least one game management unit, but often several. At least 41 of our 54 deer herds, that's 3/4, are known to be infected with CWD. And the darkest shade of purple on this map represents herds that have prevalence that exceeds 20%. Where we've had the highest buck-doe ratios over the years in the Northeast and the Northwest happens to be where we have the highest prevalence. However, we've detected CWD for a longer history than in the northern half of our state. So there's more going on here than just buck-doe ratio driving high prevalence. All the white on this map is where we have not detected CWD to date, and I'm really glad we can say that. Much of the southwest corner was also white until the most recent round of mandatory testing. As for management, we are taking actions to reduce CWD in 27 or half of our deer herds. And I'll now review some example herds that each tell a different story, starting with one of our largest deer herds, the White River herd in D7. It's located in the northwest part of our state where that darkest shade of purple is. The prevalence trend for the White River herd looks like this. And where we have stars on the map, that's, I don't know if you can see them, that's where we have great sample sizes. And that's where we have reliable estimates for CWD. Statistically, we are very confident in those results. And on the right of the graph, we have bullets. Those are the management actions we've taken between the first and second rounds of mandatory testing. So we were at 1.5% 20 years ago in this herd. And we were pretty confident in that result over the course of the early 2000s. And then submissions waned in 2008 for about 10 years. And then we reinstated mandatory testing in 2017, and we were shocked. We had a 10-fold increase in prevalence in just that 15-year period. After the plan was adopted, our response plan, it took a little while to get things going with management. So there's a little bit of a lag between the 2017 prevalence estimate and when we actually took action. We were discouraged when we saw the result, however, and just a reminder that this is going to take a long time and sustaining management actions is going to be really important. So this herd has 30,000 deer. It's our second largest deer herd. So there's a lot at risk if we see more of an exponential growth in this curve. The next herd is the red feather herd that is west of Fort Collins. We have had prevalence over 10% 20 years ago. We have been taking, even though we didn't have a plan back then, we were taking more aggressive actions to try to control disease in this herd. And this is one of our success stories. We're not ready to definitively state that we've decreased prevalence in this herd based on management actions, but that's what it is appearing to be. We reduced the buck-to ratio from 39 to 30 in this herd in 4 years. And that was a pretty aggressive action to take. And you'll see similar things on the other herds that I'm going to present today. And several of these herds, you'll see that we have what's in common is reducing buck-to ratio. Like I said, again, that before, that was the low-hanging fruit that most deer managers grabbed onto. But we're also moving licenses, shifting licenses from earlier seasons to later seasons. We're trying to harvest the most infected segment of our populations, adult males, when they're more vulnerable. We're increasing doe licenses in this herd, and we did in the last herd too, and we're trying to reduce population. But in populations such as this one, Big Thompson herd, which is just west of Loveland, south of the red feather herd we just talked about, it's more difficult because of private land, a lot of open space. We're continuously trying to take actions, reduce density and sex ratio here. But harvest is limited. Our ability, we just can't keep pumping licenses into this herd and getting more harvest. It's limited to what we can do. We have, however, reduced the buck-to ratio from 43 to 33 in this herd in 4 years. So that was a success. And this is another one of the herds where we're cautiously optimistic in that we've seen a declining trend from over 10%, and we're down hovering between 5 and 10% right now. So we had an unexpected change in our Middle Park herd, which is west of Rocky Mountain National Park. And in that herd, we've been sustaining long-term harvest pressure. We manage for hunter opportunity. This is, I think, the recreational classification that you guys have. So we've been putting a lot of pressure on this herd for decades. We did let buck-to ratio slip up to around 40. And then we aggressively reduced it to 30 in 4 years in this herd. Now, we saw more than doubling of prevalence rate between the first and second round of our testing. So we're not sure what's going on here. We don't really know what we're going to do yet. We haven't decided for this round of licenses coming up for next seasons. But this one has us scratching our heads. The things that we thought would work aren't working in this herd. So we're hopeful that this might be as high as we go. I guess, that management actions that we are taking more aggressive in the last few years, such as reducing buck-tail ratio, will be showing in the prevalence estimates coming up in the third round of testing. Among the herds that have had 2 rounds of mandatory testing since 2017, this chart shows how many of those herds where prevalence increased, and that's 10 in red, decreased, that's 4 in blue, and how many stayed about the same, which was 12 in yellow. Not all of these herds have implemented harvest management actions to reduce CWD, and some only recently did because of a lag, but we did expect more red and yellow on this chart than blue. Nonetheless, we find the amount of blue in this chart encouraging. Prevalence has meaningfully decreased, statistically decreased, and possibly been reduced because of the harvest management actions we put in place over the last 5 years. And now we are nowhere ready to say anything conclusive. Instead, additional analyses are needed to guide our interpretation of these results before we're in a position to say there is an association between the prescribed management actions we put in place and a decrease in prevalence. The next steps are very similar to what you're doing in Wyoming. We are continuously monitoring and doing analyses. We're starting to work on comparing changes in CWD trend to license quotas by season, to dates of harvest, to post-hunt buck-doe ratios, the abundance of bucks and does, and the percent change in buck licenses and buck harvest. We'll have those analyses done probably within the next year between the 2 rounds of mandatory testing. The other thing we might need to do is adjust our management prescriptions and be more aggressive. As you saw, we had a lot of red on that pie chart. So the management actions we're taking may not be aggressive enough. And that means we may have to reconsider those sideboards that we have on the herd management plans. We may have to reduce the sex ratio and population objectives in the herd management plans to achieve our desired effects. And I guess the last thing I wanted to put here as next step is just to stay the course. We're trying to maintain public cooperation and support and come to the grips with the fact that this is really difficult. This is a long journey with this disease and is challenging. Now, our commission likes staff to present 3 or 5 of our top messages to leave them behind with. And these aren't necessarily for you. These are for any state that are engaging into CWD management, and especially those who are embarking on the development of a CWD response plan. First message is that formalizing, and this is in Colorado, formalizing rules, put compulsory threshold and a limitation, those sideboards we talked about on how aggressive our agency can be with managing herds has been key to gain public support. Also staff support. Not everyone has been on the same page, and commissioner buy-in as well. Second, in our more than 40-year history working with CWD, one of the most important lessons we've learned is that we rarely see immediate changes in CWD dynamics. So consistent management applications sustained over long periods of time, combined with annual monitoring programs, which you all have in place, is necessary to evaluate any kinds of patterns of change that we're going to see with CWD prevalence. Third, this is a direct quote. As wildlife managers, it's our job to tackle this difficult issue, but we can't do it alone. That comes from your response plan, your management plan on CWD. I thought it was a great line. I took it for this presentation because we fully agree with that. This applies to garnering cooperation, not just with our public and our stakeholders, our managers, but also with other states, and other states working together and cooperating, trying to reduce prevalence using harvest-based strategies is the only way we're going to determine how effective we can be, and also the magnitude of change that we're capable of achieving. Fourth message, preliminary data are encouraging and suggest harvest-based management actions could be promising for a CWD control strategy. And that's in Colorado. That's after just 2 periods of mandatory testing and taking actions. I'm hoping we have more good news in the future. And the last take home for us is there is a lot of uncertainty here associated with this adaptive challenge. So the next 10 years, we're going to face a lot of challenges from the public. We're going to face a lot of resistance to the course we've laid out in our CW management plans. But keeping front of mind the importance of managing this disease now and why we're doing this, why we're taking actions, why it's important to the future of our resource and to our future generations. Keeping that front of mind is going to be necessary for the long term. That's all I've got today. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Rickert, we probably have some questions.
I have a couple questions, Mr. President, if might, but I don't know who and actually to direct them to. One of the things that loud and clear that I get from all these presentations is that prevalence is higher in adult males, but the testing sample was the lowest on does. So how do we, is it just because of the low testing on does that we're not finding the prevalence more than, because to me, I think Wyoming are particular, our sampling be very low on our does. We really haven't had hunter input. We haven't had much with that, I'm assuming, because of the, we just haven't been shooting very many does.
Yeah, I could take that one from Colorado. We are confident that we have enough data on does to say that buck prevalence is 2 to 3 times higher. And the graph I had on the screen with the gray and the red bars, that showed pooling of all of our samples of doe harvest. And it showed that prevalence was still 2 to 3 times higher in bucks statewide. So at least in Colorado, we are very confident that this relationship between bucks and does is real.
And one last question, does the severity of the winter affect anything as far as the triggering this disease with the animal?
I would say we're about to find out. 2 things happen that are good and bad. So one, good, a lot of the disease animals are probably less fit to survive a severe winter. So I was expecting mortality to be high on the disease segments of our herd. But the bad part of it is that winter congregations may be more dense on winter range, and that would lead to an exacerbation of transmission. So I'm not sure how we're going to pan out, but I did look at the preliminary data from our herd that borders Wyoming. It's our Bears Ears herd, and we actually increased in prevalence. This is after 1 year after that severe winter took place in the northwest part of our state that hit you guys as well. The prevalence increased enough to say that the die-off from the winter was not probably counteracting what transmission would be in higher concentrations. I was expecting the prevalence to drop, and it did not.
Any other questions? Well, we certainly appreciate the cooperation and coordination between your agency and our agency. I think that's where we'll find success when we work together for sure. Commissioner Bell, did you have a question?
I think this is probably for the Wyoming folks, but on our collared does that we had, our survivability rate's not what we'd like to see, but we see a high predation rate in some of those also. Is that's mostly mountain lions? Or is it, do we know what the predation is? I mean, some of the slides said mountain lions, but others just said the predation. I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Bell. Some of them specified when I asked for the details, some of them didn't as far as the rundown. I can look into that for you. Certainly the ones that did specify a known, actor or character in that predator community, that's what the majority of them was, but I couldn't get to all those areas because not all of them are or within the region I work. So, but I can get that information for you if you'd like.
That would be great. I think it also, if we could overlap that with some, I hate to give you more work, but if you overlap that with what that, say, mountain lion area looks like, is it an unlimited quota or is it a quota area? I'm a little bit curious on that.
Okay. And the other thing I could provide you with too is of those, how many may have had CWD as well in that predation category, if we can dig into that. Okay.
Corey, don't go far. I have a question for you. So in those herds that you presented today with those higher prevalencies, is that as we look forward to 2024 management hunting seasons, will we start to enact some management strategies? Are we starting that process?
Yeah, so for the project herd, I know they're continuously applying harvest management right now. It's kind of interesting for the gray bull herd right now. The gray bull river herd is a limited quota herd. It doesn't have a lot of licenses, but right now, and this is something I didn't bring up in the presentation, but there's a lot of places right now where by default managing for CWD across the state, and it wasn't from something that we did. It was a heavy hand of Mother Nature that did some serious density reductions to some of our herds, right, which is a management tool. Hopefully we can follow that with prevalence and monitoring too and see what happens there. But the Gray Bull River herd is really low right now as far as the deer herd between all those characters like CWD, EHD, drought, cheatgrass. So it's already really low. We could look at some buck harvest, but again, the population is pretty low. It's some of the lower densities we've ever had in that area.
Thank you. Any other questions for any of them? Well, thank you all for that presentation. That was very good. You have anything, Director?
I did. I didn't have any questions, but I did want to again say thank you for traveling up from Colorado, and thank you to our team for coming and again providing for really good presentations. You know, we've this is one of the most complex challenges we've known that for a long time, but it is as was pointed out in these presentations, this is something that we just don't have. We don't have a cure for. We don't have a great way to say that this is where the end is. And so when you talk about with our public who wants to have more deer hunting opportunity, wants to have more buck deer on the landscapes, it's counterintuitive to folks to say, hey, this thing's 100% fatal. And the only way to have any chance of trying to find and experiment with new ways to reduce the prevalence of this disease is to kill exactly what you want in the end. It's just counterintuitive to folks, and I understand that. But we now know that this has a population impact. So do we want to let a disease reduce our populations, or are we gonna use the techniques that we've used for decades now to manage wildlife? And that's a question that it is a public policy question, and it's a question that folks have to balance. And I understand the perspectives on both sides of the issue, but I do really agree with the sentiment that doing nothing is a decision, and it's not a decision that aligns well with the values of the commission and the department and how we've led for many, many decades in wildlife management. So I'll conclude it with that.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, we're a little ahead of schedule, which Director Kennedy will appreciate. So we're only going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back right on time to continue. With our agenda this morning, next item up is our Jackson Regional Wildlife Supervisor, Mr. Hovengate, and talk to us about elk feed grounds.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I'm glad to be able to be here to lighten the mood a little bit in the room, talk about elk feed grounds for a brief amount of time. So my name is Brad Hovengate. I'm the Regional Wildlife Supervisor out of Jackson. And together with John Lunn, who's also here, he's my counterpart in Pinedale. We co-chair a committee that has been tasked with the drafting of the elk feed ground, an elk feed grounds management plan. And so kind of our purpose today is to kind of walk through and give you an overview, a brief overview of the feed grounds, public collaborative process that we've been engaged in for several years now. A brief overview of the draft plan and what's in it, and a summary of what we've heard from the public at this point so far. And so we've got a few minutes to cover all these things for you today. And so we've kind of coined this whole project, Elk Feed Grounds, a challenge we can take on. And our task and our purpose here is to develop a collaborative process and use a collaborative process to develop and create a durable, long-term feed ground management plan to guide our elk management into the future in Western Wyoming. So let's talk a little bit about where we've been. So hopefully you can see that. I know the writing's a little bit small on this, but I'll walk you through a roadmap of where this process has been. So you heard some of it from Corey earlier today, but this process goes all the way back to 2018 when this body, not necessarily the same commissioners, but this body directed the department to be more proactive with CWD management. And that brought on the creation of our CWD management plan, which we're a part of. As we got into that CWD management plan, it became obvious to us that the elk feed ground issue was complex enough that it was going to require its own separate process, and something that was so complex that it would not be able to be handled on its own in the CWD management plan. So the CWD management plan approved by this body in 2020 directed the department to develop a feed grounds management plan. And the department chose to not only deal with chronic wasting disease in a feed ground management plan, but all things feed ground as we move forward into the future with how we use feed grounds to manage elk in Western Wyoming. So this whole process started off with our phase one, which is a public outreach effort where we reached out to the public and held public meetings to kind of talk to our communities about what we do with elk feed grounds. So we talked about how we manage elk feed grounds, what we use them for, the issues associated with those feed grounds, from damage and disease transmission to all the other disease management diseases that we deal with on elk feed grounds. And throughout this process, we were asking questions of the public to try to solicit input and interest from the public to become stakeholders in this collaborative process. So, and we gained a lot of interest statewide. We ended up putting together and making a stakeholder selection. We had 60 stakeholders that were involved in this process, and these came from different stakeholder groups. We had, landowners, livestock producers. We had in different NGO groups, the outfitting community, the sportsmen, public at large, governmental agencies. We created all these stakeholder groups to be engaged with us in this process as we move forward. We went back out to the public with our stakeholders and held public meetings again to talk to them more about feed ground issues and how the folks would like to see us address feed ground issues in the future. And at that point, we convened into a collaborative process with our stakeholders, which is kind of a different collaborative process than you might think. Most collaborative processes you think about is you get a group of people together and you all talk about it and you come to some sort of a consensus or some sort of an agreement. This collaborative process was different. We didn't need these groups to collaborate with each other, but we needed each group to collaborate with the department individually so we could get what we needed to be able to create a draft feed ground management plan. And it worked really, really well for us. So we brought these stakeholders in. We met all together. We met individually in groups with these stakeholders, but we put all these stakeholders through a high effort, considerably complex shared learning process where we presented them with just a ton of information on CWD, feed grounds, diseases, all the things that we deal with while we manage out through CWD, or not CWD, but through elk feed grounds, in addition to CWD. And I mean, this group of the public is probably especially those folks that have been through the CWD management plan collaborative process and this process. These are some pretty highly educated folks in the public, and we're glad to have them on board. So, and then after all this work and training with these groups, we asked for their feedback and suggestions on what they feel was important to see as we drafted, our future in managing elk in Western Wyoming. So we had some really important outcomes that came out of that. And folks were adamant that this needed to be, anything we created into a feed ground plan needed to be flexible, adaptable. It needed to be locally driven by not only this agency and the state, but local stakeholder groups. It needs to be individualized towards individual feed grounds or feed ground complexes. And it needs to be long-term, not something that is rushed through, but absolutely a long-term sort of process to get to where we want to be someday. So it's been a long road getting here, and we're finally here to where, we've had a draft of the plan. We've released it to the public and taken public feedback. And so that draft plan is out there. And let's cover just briefly what's in the plan. I'm sure most of you have seen it, but just to recap what is actually in the plan. It's direction to our employees in the department to ensure that we have a unified goal moving forward with the long-term management of elk and elk feed grounds and disease management in Western Wyoming. So, which is something that is really valuable to this agency to make sure there's something that drives a common unified goal in our management. And that's what this plan aims to do. So it has a lot of history and background with elk feed grounds. It talks about a lot of the current issues that we deal with elk feed grounds, from not only disease and damage and just management of elk and logistics of being able to operate elk feed grounds. We spend a considerable amount of time on disease management, not just CWD, but all the diseases that we end up dealing with on elk feed grounds. Talks about our educational efforts and our need for public outreach. And probably the most important part and the meat of the plan is the management direction. And in this management direction, we talk about what the goals are moving forward. And of course, what the sideboards are moving forward. When we entered into this process, we were given sideboards, so we needed to stay within. And we've made those assurances throughout this whole process. Those sideboards, just so you know, are to maintain elk population objectives, maintain hunting opportunity, limit any damage to private property or private lands, limit damage or disease transmission to livestock, and certainly limit any interspecies competition with other animals using those wintering landscapes as we move forward. So, and then this plan also devises strategies to meet those goals and stay within those sideboards. So the heart of this whole management plan is the management direction. And the management direction essentially has two goals. And it is one, to provide a framework for our employees to reduce disease transmission while we're providing supplemental feed on feed grounds. So there are things that we can do today that are important for us to have a plan to move forward and implement while we're providing supplemental feed. In addition to that, we need to be able to explore opportunities for elk to winter away from elk feed grounds, increasing the tolerance for having elk on other lands other than feed grounds, and reducing our reliance over time on supplemental feed All within this progress, we need to keep and make sure that it adheres to those clearly established sideboards that we were given when we entered into this project in the first place. Now, one thing I can't stress enough is when we look at this is a long-term plan. It requires a long-term approach, and it's going to take time. It's not something we're necessarily going to measure in years as we move forward, but this is a long-term plan that takes decades. you've heard the director say it, you've heard me say it, you've heard others say it. We're over a century into feeding elk in western Wyoming. It's gonna take a while before we're able to do things differently. And so we need to take that approach with this plan, that this is long-term. Not everything can we do tomorrow. Because I've always said this plan is something that needs to move forward at the speed of support. We need to have support to make change and do things differently in the future, and that's gonna take some time. Now, one of the most important parts of this management direction is upon phase 3 of this plan, which is after we present the plan to the commission and we get approval. There's a big part of this management direction that directs our employees to create feed ground management action plans for each individual feed ground herd unit or complex, or even sometimes individual feed grounds. So this is what this plan directs us to create these action plans. It directs us to use a local stakeholder collaborative process in order to do that. And has us assess the strategies that are outlined in the management plan to see how they apply to, these individual uniquely identified feed grounds. Because each feed ground complex or individual feed grounds are different. What may work on one feed ground may not work on another. Some things may work on every feed ground. There may be some feed grounds where nothing we have right now is going to be an option. So we can weigh each one of these strategies outlined in the management plan towards these individually towards these feed grounds. And that's what these feed ground management action plans are designed to do. They're designed to be adaptable and implement these on a herd unit scale and make sure that we adhere to those sideboards. So public comment, we solicited public comment not only from the general public, but from specifically our well-trained stakeholders that were engaged in this process. And there were a couple of areas of concern that stuck out right off the bat. And one of them was there was a high level of concern about impacts to livestock producers and industry. And some of the ways that the plan was interpreted was not the way it was intended. So that's one of those things we felt like in this revision, we needed to make sure to address. Another major concern that was a theme coming out of our public commenting was the speed at which the department was addressing CWD. And that was on both sides of the coin, from people that were adamant that we were doing too much too fast, and then other folks that were just saying, this is a do nothing plan that does nothing. How come you're not doing anything? And so it was both sides of the whole thing. And so we felt like we needed to be more clear in the plan about timelines and to try to address that issue. So those were two of the major themes we came across in our public commenting. So we also were aware of a lot of things that stuck out to us that needed clarification. And I'm not going to go through this whole list with you. I'll just hit on a couple of important ones. But the one thing we found is that our sideboards that were clear to us were not necessarily clear to everybody else. So people were interpreting our sideboards differently. And so we know in this new draft that we bring to you later on that we will need to add some clarification to the language in those sideboards. We are also became aware that we needed more information about brucellosis management in this plan. So very cognizant of that. But there was a number of things. How do we measure success with this plan? How do we had a lot of questions about our CWD management section and what is that based on? And so there was just a lot of this laundry list of things that became apparent to us that we needed to ensure that we were more clear on in the final draft. So just informational, so you know, we have an Elk Feed Grounds web page on our website that has everything about this process start to finish. It has all of our phase 1 reports, Everything that you're interested in or would be interested in about this process, start to finish, is on there, including the current draft plan. And just taking a moment to make sure that you're aware of that page was there and that you can reference that anytime you want. And when we do release this new draft plan, it will be located here and housed here, along with a robust messaging campaign to let everybody know that it's here and where it's at. So just want everyone to be aware that this website is there and available. So what are our next steps? So the draft management plan is still currently under administrative review. And that's great. We've gone through several levels of administrative review. We've been constantly working and making edits since the end of our comment period. And I think we have a great product that we're going to bring to you guys at the next commission meeting. So today we're doing kind of a brief overview update of the process and where it's at. We expect the final draft plan to be released mid to late February. So to give everybody plenty of time to be able to review the document prior to bringing the document to you at the March commission meeting. I believe it's held in Pinedale. So at that point, we'll be walking you step by step through the plan so that you understand completely what is in the plan and asking for your approval at that meeting. So that's really all I have for you today, is that brief update. Just know that we've been working hard on that. This new plan that you'll see in February has a different look and feel to it. I think we've done a great job at addressing the concerns that we heard in the initial process. And and if you have any questions in the meantime, do not hesitate to call me or John Lund or anybody else on the committee if there's information you need, and we'll make sure you have it. So thank you. And I'll available for questions if you have any.
Very good, Brad. Thank you. I appreciate the process you've been going through to get to where you are today. So I'm anxious for a revised draft. Anyone have any questions or comments for Brad? Director?
I don't know. Go ahead, Ken.
Go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you, I know it's just an overview, but could you bear down a little bit more on reducing the reliance on supplemental feeding?
Certainly, President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts. Long-term, I think we'll all agree in the presence of chronic wasting disease and other disease. Long-term, we've been feeding for a long time. It's likely not sustainable for another century. And so we need to try to find ways as an agency to work with the public and garner support for doing things differently on feed grounds. It doesn't necessarily, in all cases, mean that we wouldn't be feeding, but there are different ways to do things and do change our feed ground management operation. And there may be opportunity down the road, given the appropriate resources, to not feed as much as we do. And that is likely going to be an important factor in managing for CWD in the future.
I'm going to add to that too, Brad. So excellent response, but I would also add that in the last several decades, we've been in a reduce our reliance on feed grounds mode since the 50s. We have far less feed grounds today than we did then. Heck, we used to have moose feed grounds. We've just in the last 15 years, we've significantly reduced the number of days we fed. We've implemented different practices on the ground that allow us to have less elk days fed on a feed ground. We have some feed grounds that literally had an additional 60 days of feeding, 20 to 30 years ago. Now we found new ways to still meet our goals of reducing transmission of disease to livestock, to continue to be able to provide elk hunting opportunity, but feed less. So it's kind of an ongoing effort of things that we've already been doing. And as Brad said, there's places where it's very difficult to see how you could reduce elk feeding. And there's other places where there's probably some opportunity.
I have a question, Brad. So early on when we did the CWD plan, which led to this set aside feed ground management plan, through that process, do you feel that the department's found enough holes or not holes, but maybe do we need to go back and revise the CWD management plan now?
Commissioner Brokaw, President Brokaw, I don't think so. I mean, both plans are meant to be totally adaptable. So if we see that in the CWD management plan, we need to go in and adjust for that. But you can't just manage for CWD and not manage for brucellosis. So there's so many different complexities to feed ground management that it just wasn't able. We hope to handle everything that we would put into a CWD management plan, into this feed ground management plan. But there's just so many complexities. You tug on one little string over here, you move 3 strings over here. And it's just so difficult to be able to navigate that complexity. And that's why it just required a much broader approach than just creating a CWD management for feed grounds, because what you do there affects so much else in terms of elk management in that part of the state. So I don't know that we need to edit or modify CWD plans at this point, but with what we learn through the feed ground management plan and the creation of those feed ground management action plans, we may learn something that will help us revise the CWD plan.
Yep. Good. Any other questions?
Couple wrap up summary.
Go ahead, wrap up, Mr. Director.
So excellent work by you, Brad, and the whole team. These folks have been investing a significant amount of time on this for a number of years now to try to come to a plan that works for Wyoming, works for the local communities as diverse as they are across that entire set of ecosystems and landscapes. And so definitely one of the most wicked wildlife management challenges in North America. That's the way I describe it when I talk in other places other than Wyoming. When this draft plan came out, I got yelled at a lot. And it was very interesting because on one side of the argument, folks reading exactly the same draft plan said, you've done absolutely nothing here. This is just a watered down, mealy mouth version of a Game and Fish talking point paper. And on the other side, folks said this has dramatic impacts to our livelihoods for the long term, or our industries, or our opportunities to hunt. So people reading the same thing came to very different conclusions. And as Brad said, that meant to us, we need to do a better job of explaining exactly where we're trying to get with this thing, and also represent what we've heard from all those stakeholders. So that's our intent with this new draft. It's been edited heavily. It's on my desk right now. And when I get done with it, we're going to get it out to the public with no less than 30 days before the commission meeting so they can look at it. Here's the reality. Feed grounds have done a good job of meeting the objectives that we've had for feed grounds for a long, long time. But things on the ground are changing. We have a new disease that's entered into this picture that is you manage for in a different way than you manage for brucellosis. They're like contradictory diseases where you apply different techniques to deal with them. And that's made things complicated. Reality, we rely heavily on forest permits in order to conduct these activities. And those forest permits have been litigated a lot. And those final court decisions haven't necessarily always gone the way of that we would have liked them to have gone. And the other thing is there's changes on the ground with land use. Consider there are about, I can count on one hand, 2 hands, I can count 6 or 7 different land management agencies that have involvement in managing these elk, managing the habitat, and in some cases managing the elk in the case of the parks and the tribes who have the authority to manage wildlife. Different agencies that manage either land or wildlife in this ecosystem that all have a bearing on feed ground management. So public involvement is critical, flexibility in the plan is critical, and being, I think, proactive in trying to find what is the right thing, the Wyoming way to get this done and meet all those objectives in the sideboards. At the very first meeting, I was very specific about the sideboards, and we're going to clarify those in this plan to make sure everybody knows what they are. And I believe we're good enough to figure out a way to do that, to be able to stay within those sideboards and then still find something that's responsible and is aligned with the charge we're given, the commission and the department, to manage our state's wildlife resources and do it in a way that's responsible to all the folks that use them or are affected by them. So thanks again, Brad.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, next up on our agenda, we're gonna move right along. Chief King. With the task force recommendations, we're back to our landowner license topic.
Thanks, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So over the last several commission meetings, you've had the chance to talk about landowner licenses and other recommendations from the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. We talked in July, September, and November. And in November, we got some pretty clear marching orders that we're going to come back to the March commission meeting with some further information. But at that November meeting, we told you that it was based on an informal opinion that there wasn't a way for us to implement a landowner license cap based on the way that the statute reads. Since that time, we've cussed and discussed that, and I think there's some ambiguity about whether we could or couldn't based on that statute. So I'm here today to see if ultimately you'd like us to revise that topic, bring it back and come to you in March with some further information or not. I did want to provide some background information though for you that I think is relevant and I think is pretty interesting too. So to step way back, in fact, 75 years ago in 1949, the commission passed a regulation that allowed for the issuance of landowner licenses. And I kind of enjoy this historical stuff. And so I just thought I'd read the paragraph that's actually in the regulation from 1949. It says, in any area opened under special permit for the taking of big game animals other than moose, antelope, and mountain sheep, ranchers living within the designated area may be given a special permit upon application without participating in a drawing for said permits. So that's original language from 1949. It was modified through time. The commissions periodically revised and changed that. In 1991, the commission implemented some changes. That's the first time where the language about having 160 acres and 2,000 use days got put into place. They made some other little changes at the same time, and I think that must have stirred up some controversy. There was actually a lawsuit that occurred, and the main tenet of that was some folks thought that the commission didn't have authority to do this. There wasn't authority in state statute. So 1992 legislature created the current statute that we have relating to the issuance of licenses to landowners. So fast forward to today, I think that in general, I think it's important to point out that our relationships with landowners is absolutely critical. Half of this state is private property. Private property provides an abundance of high quality habitat for Wyoming's wildlife. And I think that we enjoy strong relationships with our landowner community. And I think that's very, very important for us to consider as we talk through changes that could be made here. So with that, I'll stop, let you ask any questions that you might have for me and see what the pleasure might be for the March meeting.
Sure. Any questions from the commissioners? We do have some public comment on that,
Yeah,
but we'll let, you want to wait? Okay, Rick stand nearby. Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, let's go into our public comment. Mr. Gagna, Wyoming Stock Growers has a comment on the topic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. You've heard me comment on this issue more than once. Just a couple of things today as you look at going forward. And I guess the one word I would offer is the need to be deliberate and thoughtful. As Mr. King mentioned, and I would say that I think in general, the relationship between the ranching agricultural community and the Game and Fish Department is about the strongest I can ever recall it in my lifetime. And I think it's really critical that we move forward in a way that doesn't put that at risk. As I look at recommendation from Wildlife Task Force and, put a cap on. I think there's a lot more information we need to more deliberately decide what might be of an appropriate action here, if any action. And some of the information that I see is wanting to know what percentage, and this would have to be perhaps an estimate that the department could do, of landowners who would be eligible are actually taking advantage of these licenses. What's the rate of sort of annual participation? Those who maybe take a license or two licenses every 4 or 5 years versus those who are at the table every year wanting a couple of these licenses. I think that's another factor. For what wildlife species are most of these licenses being granted and being utilized? And I think we need all of that information to be able to look at this and then say, if some parameters are needed, I would add one more there. What's the typical acreage or what's the range of acreages where most of these are being utilized? And in order to make a meaningful decision, whether there should be a cap, and two, if there's other ways to achieve a limit like that, with regards to acreage, with regards to how often you can utilize these licenses, a number of factors there that I think would be worthy of consideration. Or maybe in some cases, in order to meet everyone's objectives, the landowner license needs to be made available for a species other than the one for which the consumption is taking place on the private land. And I think those flexibilities, it may take some more time to do that, but that's what we would like to see before a final decision is made, to just place an absolute cap. With that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? I don't see any. Director?
So obviously we've had a security lapse to allow Mr. McGagan to make it into the Game and Fish building today, but besides that, we're still very glad to see you today here. So thank you for coming and taking the time. So refresh for the folks that were not on the task force that are here today, refresh their memory on the Stucker Association's position on the minimum acreage size and where your head's at on that. I know you and I have had a lot of discussion about that, and I'm curious.
Yeah, and Mr. President, if I may, as I recall our proposal that we made to the task force, and Commissioner Bell can help me if he thinks I'm not remembering correctly, but was actually a cap of 1,000 acres, a minimum acreage. As we've looked at that a little more, I would say that would still stand by that perhaps for rangelands. In the case of cropland, obviously that's a very different situation. The amount of damage can be done on 160 acres of cropland, so maybe that would need to be dealt with separately from rangeland. But we would still be supportive of considering a higher acreage cap there to be brought into this. The other issue which I've brought to you a couple of times that would hope would be at least considered in this is in terms of who is enabled to get a license under the landowner license provision. And what we see happening today is that it may be someone with an interest in the ranch who only shows up once a year to go hunting, and yet a long-term employee on the ranch who's out there every day taking care of their animals and taking care of the resource and making it more valuable for the wildlife has no opportunity to be given that. So again, with not to broaden it, not to in a way that necessarily means more licenses would be utilized, but we would still like some consideration of how some opportunity might exist for a qualifying landowner to offer that license to a long-term on-the-ground employee. So those would be some of the things that we originally took to the Wildlife Task Force. Frankly, we felt they didn't get the discussion that perhaps they deserved in all cases, and would still put those on the table for your consideration.
Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, Mr. President, Jim, thanks a lot for that. I think you recalled that extremely well. So thank you for that. And I think, I don't know that I have any questions for you, but I think a lot of the information that and the trajectory on how many licenses over time have been given out. I think a lot of that can be actually pulled out of the 400 plus pages of task force work, so we can probably regurgitate that fairly quickly. I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you a lot, Jim,
Thank
for
you.
being here, but I have more to say on this. I just don't have any questions. I don't.
Sure. Let's see if there's any more questions. I don't see any. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion, Commission, for direction for the department?
So, Mr. President, I think, you know, what Jim talked about and adding any kind of flexibilities for ranch hands and those kind of things, I think where I'm on that and where the task force seemed to be on that is that you're flexible in that, but you're going to continue that trajectory if you allow that without some sort of ceiling, and or a cap. And so that's where that, you know, that's where that came in. And the fact that we're issuing licenses, whether they're non-resident landowner licenses or resident landowner licenses that take 80 to 100% in some areas. Most of them aren't like that, but there are some. And when you send in for a license, you don't even know that that's going to happen. You know, I think there's some other issues here. And so I'm curious, I would love to see the department move forward with some sort of recommendation on what that cap would be, and take into consideration all kinds of things, as far as how much public land is in each area and all those kind of things. I think that's fair to look at. I think there's a lot of things that are inside that we can look at, but I would like to see if that's possible. With the statutory language that we have, do we have to do that set aside for landowner licenses first? We then know, you know, is there a way to allow hunters that are going to send in for an area to know that they're actually drawing dead? You know, I mean, I think those are fair questions for sportsmen. I think those are fair questions for landowners. I think those are all things that we can look at on that. And if a cap ultimately isn't going to work, well, certainly I'm not going to be in support of extending landowner licenses to more and more individuals and more and more flexibility on that if we're going to continue to see that trajectory of landowner tags go up. So I think that's where I'm at on it. I know that seems like we've been working on this. I've been working on this now for 2.5 years. And so there's a lot of things in there. But ultimately you can allow more flexibility underneath that if it's capped. And what does that look like in most areas? Most areas it probably doesn't even come into factor, but there are going to be some that it does. So
Appreciate that. Anyone else?
Well, I would just say that if that is the desire of the commission for us to do some more work on this, you know, I guess, there was a lot of other discussion at the task force over many, many meetings looking at this issue of supply and demand. And so obviously there's concern because there's an overall reduction in hunter opportunity in the state, reduction in licenses. And so as the demand goes up, you know, there's more of a spotlight on things like landowner licenses. About a third of those licenses currently are issued, landowner licenses are issued to folks with the smaller acreages. So there was a lot of discussion on the task force about that. Obviously, and there was both supportive and very unsupportive comments from the public about this idea. Obviously, one way to reduce the overall number of landowner licenses issued and deal with the supply demand side of this is to look at that minimum acreage cap. I will tell you that we heard loud and clear from the folks that are not supportive of that. They were very vocal for sure. But I do think that if we're going to move forward, if that's what the commission tells us to do today, we probably ought to be looking at all the options, not just a cap. But and then I will tell you that our look at the statute, you know, it is ambiguous, as Rick said. We've talked with the Attorney General's office about what does that mean? You know, what is this language? How do we take it on its face without trying to interpret legislative intent? What does it mean we can do? And there's probably some fairly narrow sideboards we would have to operate within to stay within aligned with that statute. So it's not easy for sure. I just throw that out for the commission to consider.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Roberts.
Clear as mud. I mean, I don't know if I'm not the sharpest tool, but I can't get my head around it. I mean, I think we've got so much going, so many different factors going around. I think we really have to be cognizant and start whittling it down to just a few things for us to do because to me, the water's just getting muddier and muddier and muddier. And I'm afraid that we're not gonna do anything because it's so muddy. I think we need to control it and give kind of a direction to the department, this, and then move on. And then we can address a few other problems. But I think we need to narrow our gap and get on the same plane for field, because obviously something has to be done. And for the sportsmen, the landowners, everybody, we just keep putting a Band-Aid on it. I think we need to make some sort of a call on it and let it go. So that's just my thoughts, Mr. President. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Ken. I think where I'm at is I think I would like to see some data from the department on to the point Jim made today. Who's getting the licenses? What size operation are they? And I want to see then, in my mind, I see a chart. I see that chart that Jennifer brought us early in the summer about hunt area and how many landowners and a percentage. But I would like to break it down by scale of operation that's actually applying for those licenses and how many are in that hunt area. And then I think, Ken, we can fish out two issues. Minimum acreage, size, how that would affect landowner license distribution, and then would a cap be necessary? And so that brings me to what my region tells me over and over again, large scale ranches, a scaled approach of how many landowner licenses per operating ag operation based on size, wildlife usage, that kind of thing. So that's where my mind's going and how to simplify this, because I do agree with Ken. A big umbrella, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere. So I think we need to pinpoint a couple items, start targeting in on actual use. I think is a great idea. Who's actually using them? And I think we might have some surprises there. And if you know, if we're in a hunt area where we have limited resident opportunity, but we have a whole bunch of small acreage applicants, that needs revisited for public opportunity. But if we're in big open country, large scale operations, landowners are only getting a percentage. I think one of those was like 5% in Jennifer's chart. That's not impacting our resident opportunity. So I don't want to see those guys capped. So I think if we could flush it down into two areas like that, is that kind of what you're thinking?
Thank you, Mr. President. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And I'm thanks for addressing that.
And Mr. President, I think that almost all of that information is already compiled, maybe not on this last year, but I think all of that information is already compiled. I'm pretty sure, other than potentially how many people could apply for a landowner license that don't. I'm not sure if that is, but because I don't know that we would even know that. Yeah. But I think all the rest of that information we have pretty readily available. So
The other thing, remember from our last meeting, and this is something that I believe Rick and the team are going to bring back in March, is to flesh out there was general support for significant interest in changing that. So we've done the work on that. If that is agreeable to the commission, we can bring back our thoughts on that.
I think the other thing, Mr. President, on the scalable, how many licenses you would, if you get more licenses with larger acreages. There's probably a lot of public comment on that also that we can pull for you. So, yeah.
Very good. Any more direction for the department? Any comments, Rick? Are we helping or are we slowing you down? Do we tie an anchor to you or do we put some wind in your sails?
No, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, I think we're good. That's helpful. Like Commissioner Bell said, I think a lot of that information that you want can be readily compiled. I would point out, as you mentioned, I don't think we can come up with an estimate of how many people may actually qualify that are not getting them. I don't think that's realistic for us to get to. But the other items we will, so we'll bring back another package of information for the March meeting. Along with that, we'll make sure that we have some information on those areas that specifically are, I think you refer to them as dead cap areas, those areas where all the licenses are going to landowners if there are any. I think I don't know if there are any, but we'll
I think
bring
there
that
was-
information forward.
I think I remember one, maybe two antelope areas was all. So, yeah, that would be good info to see again.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Rick. Next item, item 19. Morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I'm here to present some information on resident preference in the leftover draw and where the department's procedures currently stand. So this is one of the recommendations that came out of the Wildlife Task Force was to give a preference to residents in the leftover draw, which was noted as a 24-hour preference. This was presented previously at the March 2023 commission meeting as an informational presentation. And at that time, there was no direction formally given, just a lot of conversation about it. So the department wants to give you an update on where we currently stand, where our applicants in the leftover draw are currently going and how that draw is currently being conducted. And then at the end of that, the commission may make a recommendation to provide direction to the department on the leftover draw. So currently, the leftover draw has been in place since 2017 was the first year that the department reinstated the leftover draw. And so the leftover draw is any of those licenses that are undersubscribed and not taken in the initial draw for elk, deer, and antelope, both full price and reduced price. So in the initial draw, all of residents, non-residents have an opportunity to draw these licenses. It's not that we're adding additional quota after the initial draw. This is quota that's not taken through the application process in the initial draw. This application period, when we reinstated this and brought it to the commission in 2016 to implement the leftover draw, is a 1-week application period that occurs usually the last full week in June. So last year in 2023, it was June 19th through the 23rd. It's a Monday through Friday. It was important to applicants that we get this draw conducted and then we move on to the first come, first serve, which is where any applicant or any person can buy a license at a license selling agent across the state, on our website, or just pick up their general elk and general deer for residents. And so it was important that that window be fairly short and we get those results out fairly quickly. A couple other things that were very important when that leftover draw was reinstated is that no preference was given to residents or non-residents. So it is a 100% random draw. Whatever the quota is in an area, all applicants compete against it equally in a random draw. There's no application fee and no preference points are looked at for non-residents. So it's strictly a random draw that any applicant can compete against in that quota. This also does allow non-residents and residents to submit their applications as a party. So in the initial draw, residents can only apply with other residents for a party and non-residents can apply for non-residents as a party. In the leftover draw, you can combine residents and non-residents because they're competing against the same quota in a random draw. So that has been in place since 2017 and was one of the recommendations from the task force was to give residents a 24-hour window in that application process. So what that would look like is any applications submitted on the first day, I would highly recommend identifying that as the first day of the application period, just for communication to our applicants. So any resident applications applied for on the first day, so in 2023, that would have been June 19th, would be given first preference to that quota that's in the leftover draw. They would have to be applicants that applied as a party with only residents. So if it was a mixed party of residents and non-residents, their applications wouldn't be able to participate in that first 24-hour preference because they would have non-resident applications in their quota as well. So after that step is conducted, then we would do our strictly random draw for everybody who submitted their applications after that and all non-residents. So that was the recommendation that came out of the task force. In conversations, we can do this for our draw. It would increase the draw steps by about 2 to 3 steps in our draw. So it will complicate our current draw, which is actually one of the easier ones. It's really just a couple steps, but it is feasible. But it does, in one of the things is always to simplify our draws, which our draws are very complicated. And this would just add a couple additional steps, but really it would come down to the communication to our applicants. And what does that look like? Letting them know that, you know, if your application is submitted in the first 24 hours or the first day, you will compete against that quota before others. There is no way in that time window to effectively conduct that resident draw and then release another quota. So that was one of the questions. Could we do that? Like a 1-day application period, run the draw, release that, and then see what other quota we have left to do like a 4-day window. That's not feasible in order to meet all of the other timelines that we have to meet. So I was looking at the historical data of how the random draw works out, which is one of the questions that was brought up at the task force. And going through the 2023 draw, the allocation of licenses to residents and non-residents in the strictly random draw equates to approximately the percentage that the number of applicants are submitted. So what that looks like is if you look at Antelope Area 23 Type 2, we had a quota that we didn't issue all of. So there was actually quota left over. So those actually went up on the first come, first serve. So that's happens quite a bit if we don't have high demand. But if you look at Area 37 Type 1, we had resident applicants, 55% of those had it as their first choice. And we issued in a strictly random draw for that, 75% of those actually went to residents. So looking at that, that's kind of consistent across the board that in the random draw, looking at 2023, the majority of them were either equal to the number of applicants who applied for a first choice as a resident or even better. So the random draw, like it is identified, is strictly random. It's you have a random number, your ticket might be pulled or your ticket might not be pulled. I know one of the conversations that occurred at the task force was that oftentimes people pick up either their second antelope, which the commission approved previously. You can no longer purchase a second full price antelope. So that conversation is kind of null now because you're not allowed to pick up your second antelope. The other one is to fully subscribe your license limits. And what I mean by that is in the initial draw, you can only have 2 Dauphin deer or 2 Dauphin antelope. Elk is much more complicated. We can talk about that. But in the leftover draw, you can come in and if you drew 2 in the initial, you can pick up 2 more in the leftover draw. So a lot of applicants are, you know, pulling their additional license limits in the leftover draw. Another thing that we hear routinely is they were unsuccessful in the initial draw and they want to pick up these licenses. And the department is working really hard to educate applicants, both residents and non-residents, about effectively using their 3 choices or 2 choices. So full price has 3 choices, Dauphin has 2 choices. And in looking at the one I mentioned, Area 37 Type 1 antelope, we had 99 people apply in the initial draw. 44 of those applied as individuals, and none of them had used their second choice effectively. They all applied for a second choice that didn't even have 100% chance of drawing in the first choice. And so really just this education process of educating our applicants to utilize their first, second, and third choices effectively. And so that's where the department stands with our current leftover draw. And I would stand for any questions, but would ask the commission if they're interested to provide direction to the department if they are wanting to change this process.
I'm gonna be Ken Roberts now. Clear as mud. Any questions for Jennifer?
Jennifer, thank you for that. I have a great deal of respect for what you do and the drawing and all of that. And so thank you for everything that you do in that whole process. And again, thank you for all the work you did in the task force and answering questions on all of this, because it is a complex issue. So I think one of the other things that came up, and I don't know how many of these folks there are, but if you put in if you're in a party draw, if you're a resident party, and it does not allow, our draw does not allow an individual to pick a second choice individually. Everybody has to pick the same second choice. And so that was one thing that came up. That's not something, so, you know, those folks, because what we heard was, well, if you just are educated on how the draw works and you pick something second and third choice, you can draw that and you don't have to worry about going to the leftover. While that's mostly true, in fact, it's probably always true. If you actually put in for a party and you have 6 people that are in the party and you're the only one that wants that other area, you're not offered that option. So that was one thing that we heard. So that's a little bit of a gap in that. Education wouldn't be the only thing, you know, that would be something. We had a lot of feedback on this, and I think that it was, you know, resident feedback was certainly, and resident sportsman feedback was very positive for this during the task force. And so it was something that we thought was, I would say, low hanging fruit. However, there's hardly any of that. And it gives Jennifer 3 more steps to do in her drawing. But anyway, I'm certainly in favor of it, but I'm open for whatever you guys think.
Any other comments? I don't have any.
And I guess I'm in the area where in Sheridan region is where it happens most for leftover antelope licenses. We've had thousands of leftover antelope licenses in the past, and not quite as many now, but hopefully we'll be there again someday. And so this is an issue there. It's probably only going to impact 50 to 100 residents. I don't even know. I mean, I think we could maybe pull those numbers, but certainly it gives the residents, and most of these licenses in these areas are actually going to non-residents. And so those, just by the nature of it almost being all private land. So anyway.
Okay, I really defer to you, Commissioner Bell, and the task force, because once Jennifer educated me on the process, I don't see a need for the separation and the additional work for the department. And I don't know how many people it affects. So any more questions? We do have some public, so maybe they can enlighten us. We have some public comment. We'll start with Lee Livingston.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Lee Livingston, recovering wildlife task force member. And before we have any comments from the director about security, I slipped in right behind Mr. McGagnon. When this came in front of us as a task force topic, I was scratching my head on it because I was wondering if it was a solution looking for a problem. Commissioner Bell touched on some points that I was going to bring up. What we would be accomplishing by doing this, what the department would be accomplishing by doing this, in my opinion, is offering a 4th choice. Every one of those tags can be applied for as a second or third choice, or a second choice in the case of the Dauphin, as Jennifer alluded to. And again, as Commissioner Bell said, there is a very, very small segment of folks that this impacts, and that is the party draw for the residents that cannot opt out of that party after the first choice draw. We asked Jennifer to do a lot of things. I sometimes watched her head explode at that task force meeting with what we asked her to do. The suggestion I had was it's a very small segment of people, but if you were able to opt out of your party after that first choice draw, would that solve that? I just think that we look at this and we're not impacting a lot of people. One suggestion I had, and if the commission decides to move forward, given the department direction on this, that possibly would make it easier. I'm not sure where the 24-hour head start really is a big thing. Why not just go ahead and if we're going to move forward with this and give residents an option, I'm not recommending, I'm not supportive of it, but just say residents get they're drawn first. They're their own pool. They're drawn first. It'll eliminate the 24-hour thing. I don't see where that really what the 24-hour impact has, but that's just me. And I've made some suggestions on the task force that were shot down quickly, Director Nesbitt. But that was just a thought that I had, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions?
The question,
Sure,
yeah, I
go.
do have a question on that. I'm not sure, and maybe Director Nesbitt or Jennifer can let me know, but if all of those leftover licenses then went to, let's just say there's 100 of them and all of them went to residents, that's actually not the way the statute is. I mean, if that was the case, we would not be issuing those tags and maybe we don't because it's not the initial draw, but okay, and it wouldn't matter, but yeah, anyway, never mind.
Any other questions? Clarification. I have clarification for Jennifer, I guess. So you said it wasn't feasible to have a one day or a first up draw for residents and then scramble the leftovers for an additional draw. The timeline logistically. So if you pull out the 24-hour and you implement what Lee suggested, first batch of applicants are just residents, trickle out leftover for anybody else. That doesn't seem logistically feasible to me either. How do you do that?
Commission President Brokaw, I believe what Lee is recommending would just be to do the leftover draw 100%. Anybody who's applied as a resident in that 5-day period would be drawn against that quota first. I don't believe he's recommending conduct the draw, re-release another set of quota. And the reason that I'm saying it's not as feasible is we need to get these licenses printed and out to the public and mailed before the archery seasons, which usually open in August. But August 15th, I think, is the early one. So that's why I'm saying it's not as feasible when we're printing and mailing these licenses.
Okay, thank you.
So
That helped clear some.
yeah, and Mr. President, I
My
think
fog.
the way it was explained to me, and I think Jennifer did talk about it, but basically you have the same opening for these leftover licenses, but you would just timestamp the first 24 hours. They would be timestamped, and if they're a resident, they would get that. That's the way it would work if it was a 24-hour window, correct?
Commission President, Commissioner Bell, that is correct. So when any application comes into our system, it's already date time stamped as to when they submit that application because we have very tight windows. So this would just date stamp that. And when we would create those steps to process those applications submitted in that first 24-hour window, we would look at those first based on that date time stamp on their application. To clarify a little bit, the reason I would recommend just the first day is it's much easier to explain to our constituents that, say in 2023, all resident applications submitted on June 19th would be included in the draw. Otherwise, our applications open at 8 a.m. on the 19th, and it would be 8 a.m. on the 19th till 8 a.m. on the 20th, which is a little bit more difficult to explain to our customers. Well, your application came in 2 minutes after the 8 a.m. So that's kind of why I recommend just the first day. It's very easy to explain in a 5-day application period. The first day is those that would be included in that initial residence only.
Gotcha.
And I think that would be a great idea, Mr. President, but how much, you've told me this before, how much, is there more staff needed for this process?
Commission President, Commissioner Bell. No, there is an additional staff needed. Our draw coordinator can accomplish this. We can still get it done and meet those timelines to get our licenses issued. That first come, first serve list out to the public and get those licenses up. We usually have those up, I think for 2024, it's the 17th of July. So we want to get those up. This would not require any additional staff. We would meet our timelines. It's literally just at the front end, increasing some steps, approximately 2 to 3 steps per each draw. So 6 additional draws of 3 steps, but definitely can be accomplished.
I don't have a recommendation. I don't have, I guess, positionless on the issue. It doesn't seem to streamline our process. I think if our existing process is used, I don't know of it disenfranchising any residents, so. But I wasn't involved at the intimacy levels you were, so if you have a recommendation for the department, now would be a good time to direct.
Well, I think, Mr. President, I'll make a motion, and if it, passes or fails, at least then we have direction. I mean, I think that's what we need.
Thank you.
Because honestly,
That's what I need.
I think we had to look back in the minutes to make sure that this wasn't actually, we didn't actually already do this. So I'll just make the motion that we would give that first day of the leftover draw to residents would get a preference in that first day. I'm not going to say 24 hours, but I think the first day is what Jennifer's saying she would like to see. So I think that leftover, my motion would be that we approve the leftover license draw that residents would get a preference on the first day.
So, Mr. President, if I may, clarification, I think that Mike or Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, if the commission gives us votes on and gives us this direction, it's going to be to take it through the rulemaking process, not to finalize the decision. It's to put it into a draft chapter 44, which is open now. I don't know if we can include it now or not, but Mike's shaking his head. But it would be direction that we do at the next available opportunity, run this through the normal rule promulgation process, just to be very clear.
That was exactly what my motion was.
So noted and corrected. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Anyone can second. Is there a second to the motion? Motion lies from lack of second. There's your direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let the record show for John Kennedy and Old Blue, I am 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Turning the page, agenda item number 20, Chief King, our tri-state MOU for grizzly bears.
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Yeah, I'm excited to bring forth this updated tri-state MOA to you for your consideration. What I'm asking is that the commission provide support for this tri-state MOA and have President Brokaw and Director Nesbitt sign this tri-state MOA. I'd like to give just a little bit of background information before you proceed. So as you all well know, the greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly bear population is fully recovered. We're both robust, healthy population. It's probably one of the most studied wildlife populations anywhere in North America or maybe across the entire world. There are just mountains of data and research that's been conducted on this population. And a lot of that work is coordinated through what's called the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team. That's a team of state and federal scientists that have been in place for 50 years, actually. Our own Justin Clapp and Dr. Dan Thompson participate in that study team. And they're the smart scientific folks who look at that population and come up with ways to estimate the population and make sure that we can manage it into the future and maintain a robust, healthy population. The work that they've done, it has led to this opportunity to update our tri-state MOA. So that study team has created a new method to estimate the population. They're now using what's called an integrated population model, or IPM, which we don't need to go into the details, but just suffice to say it's a really great, new, efficient way to use all the data that's collected to estimate grizzly bear populations and then use that information as we move forward with management. So based on that, that new integrated population model, putting that into place creates the need for us to update this tri-state MOA. So the tri-state MOA, just so you all know where it fits in the grand scheme of grizzly bear delisting, this is an important document for us, the states, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho, to ensure that we're all on the same page in managing a delisted grizzly bear population. So once grizzly bears are delisted, this outlines how the states are going to work and coordinate together to manage that population. There are a lot of great benefits to the new approach that we have captured in this tri-state MOA. Again, one of the main differences that I'd point out is just simply that it's a little bit of a change from the previous tri-state MOA, in that now we're committing to managing for a range of a population. And we're also able to sit down annually and estimate mortality for both male and female grizzly bears, and then allocate discretionary mortality accordingly on an annual basis. So it's exciting to be able to move this work forward. Again, I'd ask for your support in updating this tri-state MOA. Pending your approval and the signature of President Brokaw and Director Nesvik, the next steps would be that this tri-state MOA would move to Idaho for the same process. Their commission would review, approve it, be signed by their president or chair and their director, and then it would go to the state of Montana for the same process. And with that, if you had any specific details, I know Dr. Thompson would be happy to come up and talk through any specifics. But with that, I'd ask for your support to move the tri-state MOA forward.
All right. Thank you, Rick. I wasn't turned on. What's the pleasure of the commission on the draft tri-state MOA? Question from Commissioner Ladwood. Yes, go ahead.
I think I might have heard this during our briefing, but has any discussions been held with Montana and Idaho, and what is their take on this?
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, Commissioner Ladwig. So the states have been working closely together for a long time on this, and really over the last 18 months, we've spent a lot of time talking about the details of this tri-state MOA with our partners in Montana and Idaho. So they support the concept that's in here. It's been developed in close coordination with them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry, I missed the question component of this discussion. Any other questions? You ready to make a motion?
I would move that we vote to approve the tri-state MOA with Montana and Idaho.
It's been moved to accept the MOA. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ashley. I'll take Ashley's second on that one. Ms. Bell, any discussion on the motion to approve? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Be glad to sign that document.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr.
we
Director.
are ahead of schedule now, and we can certainly knock out some of these items from this afternoon before lunch. But I would like to take an opportunity, with your permission, to take on a little recognition that's unscripted.
Mr. Director, you have that latitude. Now's a good time to do it.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. As all of you know, and as all of you are invested in, I look around and I see the Inspire a Kid logo on some of your computers and some of your materials. And you know how important this is to me and to the department, that folks are encouraged to give youth around our state opportunities to experience the outdoors, whether that's hunting, fishing, hiking, whatever the case may be, opportunities to take advantage of the opportunities we have in our state. We have a couple of folks here today that have, you had the opportunity to look at this cool little publication that was put together for Angie and Scott Denny and what they did for providing those kind of opportunities with a lot of their own time investment, with a lot of their own innovative ways of thinking about how to make this happen logistically. It was a significant lift on their part. They worked very closely with Nate and Chris with the Wildlife Fund. They provided a lot of their own resources. And they really actually, they made a difference. And this is really the kind of grassroots, independent kind of initiatives that we hoped for when we started talking about Inspire Kids. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to recognize them. I want to give each one of them one of my director's coins and ask for a round of applause.
Very appropriate. Thank you, Director, and thank you for what you've done and what you're doing. We appreciate that very much. So looking at our agenda, let's go down to 23 with Director Bruce. Angie, with your wildlife crossings update. 25. I thought you did legislative update. Let's have wildlife crossings today. You are so flexible. You can just go with my confusion, and I appreciate that about your professionalism.
Mr. President, John Kennedy's not here right now, so I can poke him. Oh, shoot. He always puts me last on the schedule at these commission meetings, so I appreciate getting moved up now and then. But yeah, Mr. President, Director, Commissioners, one of my favorite topics to talk about wildlife crossings. So today I want to give you an update on those large priority projects, where we're at and where we're going. But with that said, I want to also recognize that we have identified over 200, over 200 areas across the state that our regional staff are always working on with our whiteout partners. And those can be just as valuable and just as effective. They just don't get the glory that these $1 million projects get, but they should be recognized as very important as well. So with that, in talking with some of our retirees, I've discovered that we've been working on wildlife crossings since the 1950s. Extremely impressive. However, we have not built an overpass in over 20 years, Trappers Point being the last. And so in the last 5 years, we've done a lot of work, but it's really started with support from the commission, also from the director. Whenever there's a large hurdle to overcome, I can lean on the director to step in. Whiteout partners, WWNRT, our legislators, NGOs, and several of them are in the room today, private industry, and the general public have allowed us to fully fund and nearly complete 2 large projects in the last 5 years. That started with your contribution. If you guys remember, you contributed 1.25 to each of these large projects. That totals 3.7 million. And just like Ian spoke about yesterday about the Mule Deer Initiative and all the dollars that brings in from your contribution, your 3.7 million has brought in 53.65 million to fund these 3 projects. Pretty impressive. To start with, the Dry Piney, Highway 189, just completed the ribbon cutting. That project is officially finished, $15 million, 9 underpasses with 33 miles of fencing. When I think of this project, 2 things come to mind. First of all, it was the first build grant in the nation that went to an ecological-based wildlife crossing project, showing Wyoming's leadership, and I also believe leading to other federal funding sources for wildlife crossings. 2, this project reminds me of innovation. One of those underpasses out of the 9 was specifically designed as an experiment to see if pronghorn would go under instead of just over. I'm excited to report, and I think you guys got the pictures, that our pronghorn in Wyoming are smart. They have figured it out, and they were using it right after it was finished. So even though it may not capture 80 or 90% of them that some of our other crossings do, if we can get at least 50% using those structures, that's a way more cost-effective avenue. An overpass might cost us 10 million. One of these arch underpasses costs us about 1.5 million. So innovation. Moving on to I-25, KC to Buffalo. This was really a wildlife project, really comes from this commission. It was 15 miles of fencing using existing underpasses. Not quite completed. It looks completed if you drive up I-25, but they're putting the finishing touches on it. Will be finished up this spring. Great contractor working on that project. When I think of this project, two things come to mind. Grassroots support, 17 different funding sources, and everyone from the lay public to industry to NGOs. Very grassroots. Secondly, creativity by our field staff. Our field staff had their eye on this project for years. When I was first new to the department, they approached me about it. The first idea was an overpass. This project went from 50 million to 5 million. Pretty innovative and creative by the field staff to use those existing underpasses and to work with the landowners in the area to do that. The next project, as you guys talked about yesterday, Kemmer Project Highway 189, currently fully funded at $37.4 million. Thanks to the 24.3 Federal Highway Administration grant, the commission dollars, our legislative dollars through WWNRT, and just around $1 million from private funders, thanks to the Wildlife Fund for coordinating. This project will be 1 overpass and 5 or more underpasses. With this project, the two things that come to mind are support. 25 letters of support for that federal grant application. Coming from the city, the county, Governor Mark Gordon, our congressional delegation, and a whole suite of conservation NGOs and industry. 19 different funding sources, lots of support. Secondly, it puts us on the map again for the national stage. 111 million were awarded at this time for this first 2 years of the federal crossing money. 19 awards out of 67 application, and Wyoming had the largest award granted at 24.3 million. So with 2 done, almost done, 1 completely funded, nobody hesitates to ask me the following question: which one is next? Everybody's curious. The momentum is there. Speaking of where we go next, the director has entered into an MOU agreement with WYDOT that identifies our top priorities. The 2 left in that agreement are Halleck Ridge and the Du Bois 26 project. To me, it looks like Du Bois has the momentum we need to go after next. We'll be working with WYDOT to solidify that and see if that's where they want to go. But the momentum is there. There's already huge NGO support. The Wildlife Fund has donated, as well as Muley Fanatics. Du Bois Outfitters and Guides were up to 100,000 K already. The interesting thing about this project in its location is we also have the reservation involved and the National Park Service with Teton National Park. So more to come on that. We'll provide details at future meetings to see where we go for sure next. But with that, I'll stand with any questions.
Excellent. Fantastic work. Any questions for Angie?
Mr. President, I have just one question on the Du Bois one. That's going to have some bighorn ram implications too, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's mule deer and white deer benefits, as well as elk, pronghorn, bighorn sheep. Yep.
So Angie, you figured out this federal grant pool. Is that reoccurring? Is there money left? Is there going to be another opportunity to apply to that?
Yeah, Mr. President. So there's a total of $350 million in this pilot project. There is a lot of talk about showing success so that one day it can be a sustainable funding source, but they've issued so far the first 2 years at 111 million. So there will be additional opportunities. I can't tell you how many, but there'll be at least 1 or 2 other opportunities we'll be looking at.
Okay, so that funding source still there.
Yep.
Excellent. Any other questions? Wildlife crossings? Excellent. Fantastic. Thank you. 26. Let's jump down to 26. Sean, employee housing update in Jackson.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Neswick, members of the commission. Just wanted to give you our usual Jackson Housing Project update. The project continues to go well and is on schedule. In fact, we have a few photos for you this time. We've got 3 of the housing units are ready to ship as of now from the Stratford facility. So as you can see, here's one of the units inside the facility just before they move it out and wrap it for transport. So this is what they look like before they head off on the road. They wrap the units in 2 pieces and ship them to the site for putting together on the foundation. We're tentatively scheduled to begin setting those homes the week of January 29th, depending on the weather. That could get delayed a week as a result. 4 of the remaining housing units are currently under construction and are scheduled to be ready for delivery by mid-March. The garage, roofing, siding, and the door installation will begin this week, and there have been no major change orders as of this date. We expect more weather challenges as the season progresses, but we're anticipating those and should get ahead of that. So here's an interior photo of what the kitchens will look like. This is one of the units that's ready to ship. This is from the kitchen looking into the living room area. Another one of the units in a different color scheme. And another one of the units looking from the kitchen to the living room area. These are some of the homes that are being constructed inside the facility. And this is actually from the interior of what will be the seasonal unit. And those are all the photos, but we just wanted to kind of give you a nice bird's eye view of what that looks like at the moment. And currently everything is going well, so I'd stand for any questions.
Excellent. How many, in the seasonal unit, how many rooms? Service for how many? I can't remember.
Yeah, Mr. President, there'll be 4 independent bedrooms.
That's right. Okay. Cool. Something tangible we can touch for Jackson Housing. Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic improvements. Good. Good. Well done.
It only took Deputy Director Kennedy about 20 years to get this.
20 years, but he got her done, got her choked down. Fantastic. I missed an agenda, comment sheet online. Item number 20, the Tri-State MOA. Is Matthew still there?
Matt is still here.
Matt, I apologize. Your comment sheet got buried under my agenda. We went ahead with agenda item 20, but I'd sure give you an opportunity to make comment on that if you would like.
Very good. Yeah, very good. I appreciate it. Yeah, good morning, I guess. President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Neswick. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. Again, this will sort of be at this point a little bit academic, but I think I'd still throw our comment out there for the record. My name is Matt Cusacrio. I live in Lander. I work as a senior wildlife conservation associate for the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. We're a regional conservation organization based in Bozeman, Montana, with field offices in Idaho, Wyoming, and on the Wind River Reservation. For more than 40 years, GYC and our 100,000 supporters from across the country have advocated for a science-driven, collaborative, and forward-thinking approach to keeping lands wild, rivers free-flowing, and iconic wildlife moving throughout a connected and vibrant Greater Yellowstone ecosystem. GYC has worked on grizzly bear conservation since its inception 40 years ago. And so I appreciate the commitment by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, as well as members of the IGBC, to revise the Tri-State MOA with the intention of recalibration based on new methods for estimating population size. And however, these concerns I'm about to raise will be fairly specific. So again, apologies as there's more specificity here than may be required. But again, just for the record, the revised MOA fails to address most of the concerns that we raised with the Yellowstone Ecosystem Subcommittee of the IGBC regarding the proposed changes to Chapter 2 of the GYE Conservation Strategy, and these are relevant to the MOA. So the MOA does not include Grand Teton National Park, Yellowstone National Park, or the Wind River Indian Reservation. Any of these jurisdictions could be involved in management-related take of grizzly bears post-delisting, and therefore should be accounted for in any allocation of discretionary mortality on an annual basis. Our second concern is that the MOA fails to account for and address the potential impacts of grizzly bear mortalities at the periphery of the demographic monitoring area, or just outside that DMA boundary on demographic criteria within the DMA boundary. In other words, in a delisted scenario, it's possible, if not likely, that a bear taken from just outside the DMA boundary could have a range that spans the boundary itself, essentially resulting in a discretionary mortality from within the DMA without it counting as such. The targeted population range of 800 to 950 grizzly bears and accompanying management framework does not account for the credible intervals or the confidence intervals at the upper or lower end of that range. Presumably, a population estimate of 800 grizzly bears could reflect a much lower reality. Fourth, the management framework could be clearer in a commitment to ensure long-term population stability by requiring management for a population increase below some threshold that represents the range of fluctuation expected from year to year. A decline from 950 grizzly bears to 800 grizzly bears would represent a nearly 16% decline. There's no clear biological justification provided for allowing that level of decline, and no substantive requirement within the MOA to ever strive for an increase above 800 bears. We're concerned about the long-term implications to population health in that scenario, especially in light of the lack of accounting for credible intervals at the low end of the targeted range. Again, as mentioned previously, an estimate of 800 could represent fewer bears than that, as well as the source sink dynamic likely created by that DMA boundary issue. Last, the MOA does not adequately acknowledge the importance of demographic connectivity to long-term resilience of grizzly bear populations. In other words, the narrow focus on genetic connectivity as the conservation concern needing management direction could undermine the need for efforts to restore demographic connectivity between grizzly bear populations. Thanks very much for allowing the opportunity to comment. Appreciate your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, very good, Matt. Are there any questions from the commission? Well, your comments have been heard and recorded, and I apologize again for missing you when that subject matter was open, but thanks for hanging with us and making your comments today.
Much appreciated.
23. Wow. Nish, let's go to item 23. Wildlife Magazine program update.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, thank you for having me today as I kind of walk through a program update on the Wyoming Wildlife Magazine. And I want to give you the where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going kind of update in this presentation. So last year, I showed you the very first cover we ever had on the magazine. This is actually the cover from the 5th year of the magazine. We're currently in our 88th year of publishing. And you can see that it was all hand drawn on colored construction paper back then. And the cost of it was free. So we've been doing this since 1936. Currently, so this is where we are at today. We have 38,130 unique subscribers. And that number isn't completely accurate. According to our 2017 readership survey, the magazine is shared with around 2.89 people per household, or if it's at the doctor's office or somewhere like that. So over 110,000 people typically read our magazine a year. So while we only have 38,000 subscribers, we do know that the readership number is much higher. And there we go on all of that. We're working on some new marketing options this year to try to increase our subscription rates, and we'll talk about that at the end. So currently, the magazine goes to all 50 states, also Puerto Rico, the District of Columbia, and the Virgin Islands. Our top 3 states are listed right there: Wyoming, Colorado, and California. Whoops. Let me see. And we have subscribers from 16 different countries. We're up 3 foreign countries from last year. Our current countries, just to give you an idea where we're sending this, are Australia, Brazil, Canada, Germany, France, Denmark, Greece, Norway, the United Kingdom, Bermuda, Switzerland, Zimbabwe, Spain, China, and Comoros. So the magazine earns awards every single year, and last year it earned awards in every contest we entered in. We won 4 awards from I'm sorry. Let's see where Tracy is. ACI, sorry, I didn't write that down. I was like, what is that icon? So we won 4 awards from ACI, 2 in first place, 2 in second, and that's the Association for Conservation Information. 1 award from IRMA, which is for merit, and IRMA is a global organization. So to be even in there at all is really cool for us. And then from the Wyoming Press Association, 13 awards, 6 first place awards. I don't have new updates from this year because on Friday, the Wyoming Press Association is going to give out their awards. And so I'll send you a follow-up email. But word on the street is that we did pretty good. So the magazine's come a long ways. Here's an illustration from 1936. And here's an illustration we did last year in the mule deer issue. And you can see standards have changed a lot, artistic interpretation, what we expect, all of that has changed quite significantly. Contributors. So the Game and Fish staff for the magazine, I have Tracy here, Tracy Binkert, who is our magazine editor. Tracy, will you stand? And then we also have an associate editor, Robert Gagliardi. We have a creative director who is Patrick Owen, who spends half his time on the magazine and half his time doing graphic design for the department. And then we have a contributing graphic designer that's newer to the department, Emily Smith, who helps us out quite a bit as well. And within the department, we have significant department support. Last year was a record year for us. We had 19 staff write for the magazine and 45 of our Game and Fish staff who contributed photography, which we super appreciate. We also had 13 freelance writers. That was one of our lowest years of where we've outsourced freelance writers because we had such great content from our staff internally. And then 23 freelancers who contributed photos or artwork as well, illustrations, those kinds of things. So this year, every year we try to work on a special issue. And so last year was our mule deer issue. This year we're doing a special Inspire a Kid issue in May. And we're also going to include a booklet on aquatic invasive species that's designed for kids. We did this a few years ago and we are still printing and handing out the ones that we did for the Inspire a Kid booklets 2 years ago, Tracy. And so we're really looking forward to this one. We're hoping to include it in our school programming and some of our other things that we're doing. And a change this year is we have increased our costs. We're at $17.95 for a year-long subscription, whereas we were at $14.95. And just to kind of give you an idea, when we were talking about this cost increase, originally the magazine was free. And it was tough for Tracy to help me find the date of when we first started charging. But she told me that what she found was in 1946, we started charging 50 cents for a yearly subscription. And then gradually over the years, we've increased. In 2020, we had it at $12.95. And we kept it the same for 20 years until 2023. So, oh, sorry, no, I'm sorry, 2020. 2000 was 12.95. 2020, we increased it to that 14.95. And so now we're raising it again to 17.95. And all of this is really truly due to cost increase and inflation. Everything has gone up so significantly for the magazine with paper, production, printing, and distribution. Well, I should go back one second. And just to give you an idea, the average magazine subscription that you could buy on the street, I guess you'd say, for a yearly one is at the minimum is around $25.26. So we are still way behind industry standards in terms of magazine subscription costs. And this does not completely capture our costs internally. However, it does help offset some of that. So the photo issue is coming next month, and here's your sneak peek to our cover. This year was our second highest year of photo submissions entered. We had more than 500 photographers submit photos to the magazine. Last year was our record-breaking year. We were down just a little bit this year. So it's really exciting. We have a lot of people looking at our magazine and contributing to it. Overall goal, the goal of the magazine at the end of the day is truly to tell the story of the Game and Fish Department, about our work and our conservation efforts that are done by our folks and also people around the state, our NGOs and other individuals who are working really hard for fish and wildlife. And then to give information and truly entertaining content for our readers about different outdoor interests and for all age groups. So challenges to the magazine, as I told you, budget is a challenge. Budget forecasting is a real challenge for the magazine. COVID really, really hit us hard. We feel like we're quasi-stable right now with paper production, printing costs, things like that. But inflation is still kind of nipping at our heels a little bit. A challenge is always internal contributions. You know, sometimes we have the same people who contribute to the magazine and we really want to branch out. So one of our goals this year is as we onboard new employees to really encourage them to think about writing for the magazine, sending us photos and contributing over the years. And then of course, growing our reach. Like how do we get the magazine out there to more people? There is this kind of, nationwide idea that we're completely moving away from printed materials, but that's not truly the case. I was just looking at printed statistics and so far, still today, you know, it's about 56% prefer to have something in their hands to read in a printed format. And it's kind of ironic because that is truly the feedback we received when we had our move to both have paper and digital regulations. And it was kind of a 50-50. And so we're still seeing that today. One of the interesting things though is printed materials. If it is in somebody's hands, 80% of those people will read it. So even if somebody prefers it digitally, if you hand them something, 80% of them will read it and 43% will retain it better than if they read it online. So we do see an opportunity with the magazine and with our marketing materials to continue to have both options readily available for our stakeholders and why it matters. But we do see that there's some opportunities there. We can do some different kinds of crossover marketing. We do have our magazine available digitally as well, and that's through Nextbook. And there is some options that we can explore to do things a little different there as well, especially with the new website and some things that we have coming in-house. So our goals for this year, we planned well ahead this year and the magazine team did a phenomenal job. They have a year, their year is mostly planned out for all their features, unless it's emerging news or something that's a hot topic for our stakeholders. It's pretty much planned out, which is fantastic. And then we have a 2 to 4 week advanced production deadline before it goes to print. If we want to put something new in there, we want to change something. We want to continue maintaining department involvement and contributions. And of course, always looking for new topics, ideas, photography. And then this year, the Inspire Kid issue is our big goal. And I'll stand for questions.
Excellent, Nish. It's the best subscription I have. I do have a question. Familiar with our budget? You said our increase to $14.95 almost covers costs. What would it take to cover our costs?
You know, that's a number we're still kind of crunching right now. We're waiting for to see if there's going to be any kind of increases by our publisher this upcoming year. 1795 is about, I would say it's about, Tracy, 60% of our coverage. And so I could give you those exact numbers probably by the next commission meeting.
Just curious.
But it would be closer to what the industry standard is, or even beyond that. You know, even with that industry standard of $25.26 to have a 12 months printed magazine, most industries are still losing money on it.
Yeah.
And so they take it as a loss for the outreach and education piece.
And I support that 100%. I was just curious about
Yeah.
where costs had gotten to. Any other questions from Nish from the commission? I appreciate the director's page, front and center. I always read that. I appreciate you reaching out to other department employees. Sitting here just thinking you could have a article my first year as a Wyoming game warden, and they could write an 800-word article and look at them ready to go back to school. I'm just kidding you guys. They didn't like that idea. You do fantastic work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, did you say that in 1946 or 36, no, 46, you
46.
said, right?
Mhm.
The cost was 50 cents per issue?
No, for your yearly subscription.
Okay. Interesting.
Fantastic. I do a call out to the public now. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a comment to the commission? Is there anybody online that would? Very good. Let's take a break for lunch. We'll resume this meeting at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back to this afternoon session of our January commission meeting here in Cheyenne. Considering my mess up on the tri-state grizzly bear management plan and then having comments after the fact, I'd like to reopen that topic back to the commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any questions about the comments that were put forth by our public Matthew? Matthew was disconcerted with some of the items that he didn't feel were included in our tri-state MRU. Would you like to address any of those? Have questions for the department in regards to how we handled any of those issues? Is there any further go ahead, Commissioner Ladwig.
I would like to hear from the department and see what they think about those before we make any other decisions.
Probably wise choice. I know Mr. Thompson left, but Rick's here and I know he's intimate with that document.
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Ladwig. So those comments, we have heard those. I should bring up that there's a parallel process underway. So there's another document called the Conservation Strategy, which is overseen by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee. That's a committee of federal and state partners that work together to manage grizzly bears. And there's a process underway to update that conservation strategy that's very similar to the language that we have in the tri-state MOA. And so we have received those comments from the GYC in regards to the conservation strategy, and we've worked through those. In short, I feel very comfortable that our approach is sound, and while I appreciate the comments of the GYC, I'm confident that we're in a good spot with the tri-state MOA, and I'd recommend that you pass it as such.
Any questions for Rick? Any other questions?
Thank you.
Are there any commissioners at this time that would like to change their vote? It was unanimous ayes. Any ayes want to convert to nays?
I'm good.
Seeing and hearing none, the record will stand as it was recorded earlier. Thank you for that. Back to our agenda. We're back to item number 21. We're gonna hear from John. He's our Green River fisheries biologist, and we're gonna learn about the Flaming Gorge fishery today and some issues that are going on there.
President Brokaw, members commission, excuse me, Director Nesvik, thanks for having some time here today to let me present to you an update on the Flaming Gorge Reservoir fishery. A lot of this presentation is information that we've already put forward to the public as a way to just kind of get some information out to them so they had a better understanding of what's been going on in the reservoir prior to hearing any kind of recommendations the department was coming out with. And today I'd like to kind of go through a portion of that data set with you, as I imagine you guys are fielding some calls about the status and the fishery of Flaming Gorge. So try to provide you with that same information as well as an update on what we've been hearing from the public in our open house process here this fall in the winter. And then also leave you with some recommendations for your approval to move forward with in the future here. So first, just a real brief background on the Gorge Spring, one that might not be familiar with it. It is a very popular fishery, attracting anglers from across the U.S. It's over 90 miles long, and due to this length, we do see changes in the nutrients from north to south. So the inflow area where we have the Blacks Fork and Green River arms coming together is our most productive section of the reservoir, where most of our zooplankton production is taking place. And by the time that water moves down into the Utah section and the canyon region of the reservoir, a lot of those nutrients have played out, which does change the fish populations from north to south as well. The reservoir is co-managed by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. Being that it is managed by two different entities, we do work closely together, especially at the field level. Anytime that we're conducting field work or we are conducting a research project, making sure that we're doing justice to the project across state lines. And then we do, when we're adopting fish regulations, we try to be consistent whenever possible so that they're biologically and socially accepted. There are a few trout species in the reservoir. So those are brown trout, rainbow trout, and cutthroat trout. Rainbow trout were first stocked in 1963. Brown trout and cutthroat trout were stocked in subsequent decades, and their stocking rates have really varied over the decades. But rainbows have been stocked continuously. As we know, they are a popular year-round component of the Flaming Gorge fishery, and as such, we have a current management objective to stock about 700,000 catchable trout in the system. And that's a conglomerate stocking effort by the department, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, and the Jones Hole National Fish Hatchery. The kokanee salmon, they were first stocked in 1963. The initial stocking event really jump-started the natural reproducing population in the reservoir. In 1991, a supplemental stocking program was initiated. That was in response to a severe decline in the natural population as a result of lake trout predation in the late 1980s. The current stocking objective is 1.65 million 3-inch kokanee. Again, this is by 3 different entities: the department, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, and the Jones Hole National Fish Hatchery. And then we've basically met or exceeded that 1.65 million request since 2014. It's also important to note that the kokanee and the reservoir are serving 2 different purposes. One is to act as a forage fish for the lake trout in the reservoir, and the other is for angler opportunity. And these kokanee, they're primarily only consuming zooplankton, so they're utilizing the base food in the reservoir, so they really maximize the fishery for the public by continuing to really strive to maintain our kokanee population. Lake trout established in the reservoir via drift in 1964. But we have stocked them on two different occasions, once in 1979 and another time in 1983. The trophy size, those greater than 28 inches, those were present in the reservoir by the mid-1970s and were a really popular component to the fishery in the 1980s. It's also important to note that that lake trout fishery back then in the 80s was highly dependent upon the Utah chub population. But as reservoirs age, all the sagebrush habitat that used to be present in the reservoir deteriorated. So there wasn't the habitat for the Utah chubs, which caused a severe decline in their numbers. At that same time, lake trout then switched over to primarily consuming kokanee, which is what started the first initial crash in the 1980s, which then prompted the department to decide to start up the initial stocking program in 1991. So there are tens of millions of fish stocked in the gorge, or have been since 1964. This table here is really just showing for the last 5 years of the 3 species that we request, rainbow trout, cutthroat trout, and kokanee, what the requests are for those 3 species, and then underneath each of the years is the actual number of fish stocked. And again, this is between the department, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, and the Jones Hole National Fish Hatchery. And the first column again is in the dark gray there. That's the number that was requested. And then it's important here to note again that prior to 2014, the kokanee request was highly variable from year to year, but since 2014, that request has been met or exceeded, as shown on the table there. It's also important to note that the trout are stocked at 8 inches, and they really only need to spend a year in the reservoir to obtain the acceptable size by anglers. And this really means a quick turnaround time to create a trout fishery in the reservoir. In contrast, the kokanee, they're stocked at 3 inches and really spend about 4 years in the reservoir before they obtain a size to where anglers are really going out there and targeting them. They're targeting a 4-year-old kokanee, which means it's taking us 4 years to really build a kokanee fishery back up in the gorge. So it takes a little bit longer to make a rebound on our kokanee fishery as it does rainbow. So as the slides suggest, we're going to start getting into some of the data that we have. This first figure here is showing us the catch rates or the number of fish that we have, each of our sampling events with years along the x-axis that goes back to 1983. So our netting hasn't changed since 1983 across all these years. It's also important to point out on this figure that this is only showing fish greater than 8 inches. So we're not showing any of our recently stocked fish in this figure. So it's representative of the fishery 1 year after stocking. One of the takeaways here is that the rainbow trout catch rates, these black circles, declined significantly in 2020 and have since really remained about half of what they were before 2020 and are more similar to our catch rates that we observed around 2010. On a previous stocking table, you guys might have noticed that the stocking rates for rainbow trout did increase the last couple of years. However, despite these increase in stocking rates, there wasn't really a noticeable increase in our catch rates the last couple of years, telling us that survival is lower than it was in previous years. A similar pattern was also observed for the cutthroat trout in the system. And then we know the bottom part of the figure there represents our brown trout fishery, which we know are still an important component of the fishery. And whereas we might not have high numbers of brown trout out there, anglers are still spending time targeting brown trout in the reservoir. Kokanee sampling is completed by the use of hydroacoustics by Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. Hydroacoustics is essentially our fancy equipment, or a little bit fancier than normal fish sonar, allowing us to detect fish in the reservoir that are smaller size than what anglers are typically catching and targeting. On this figure, we have a black line that's representing the stocking objective of 1.65 million kokanee. A red line that's reflecting the actual number of kokanee that were stocked. And the stacked bars here are showing the hydroacoustics estimate that's broken down by size, or in this instance, age. What we can see with this data is that the stocking rate, that red line, has met or exceeded the objective from 2014. From 2014 to 2017, the hydroacoustics estimate also increased with this increase in stocking. Additionally, despite having met and exceeded, with the exception of 2021, our 1.65 million stocking rate, in recent years, the estimate has declined. The data is also suggesting that we have lower survival of age 1 to age 2 kokanee in the system, as is evident from the shrinking bar heights compared to the previous years. So as an example, if we look at these 3 years highlighted in the red box, those 2 lightest shades of blue bars are quite a bit higher than what we see in the last example 3 years. So we have a lot fewer age 2 kokanee in the system than we used to have in prior years. So knowing that a vast majority of the hatchery kokanee in Wyoming were going into the gorge, it was important for the department to determine if these hatchery fish were truly worth the investment to stock into the reservoir, and that these fish were indeed recruiting to the anglers targeting them. So we set out to conduct a study. The study was completed in 2021 by master's student Aaron Black at the University of Idaho. The project used microchemistry to determine the origin of kokanee in the system. We used otoliths, or their fish's ear bone, in this study. This is because the otolith basically takes on the chemistry of the water that they are residing in. So depending on the element, if it changes from the different hatcheries and is different from the water body, we can assign them to an original location of where they're coming from. So the black bars on this figure, that's representing the kokanee population that are the result of natural spawning in the reservoir. The other bars, they're reflecting hatchery sources. And then we also collected samples from netting and from the creel. The main message here is that the kokanee population is heavily reliant upon the natural spawning population, 50 to 80% on any given year. The data, excuse me, the data also shows that anglers are catching about the same proportion of hatchery fish as is from our unbiased gill netting sampling. So that tells us that our hatchery fish are not more prone to capture from anglers. And the last point here that we want to make is that the hatchery kokanee are certainly contributing to the fishery, especially in years when natural recruitment might be a little bit lower in the system. So the next bits of data that I'll be sharing are going to be focused on the lake trout specifically. Before I do that, I just want to make sure we understand that we have a couple different terms, one of which is small lake trout. That's what we call all the lake trout that are less than 28 inches. And then we have trophy lake trout, which are those that are greater than 28 inches. And it's our concern that it's the abundance of small lake trout in the system that are causing declines in our trout and our kokanee in the system. So the first figure here is a summary of the annual netting that we do each spring. It's been going on since the early 1980s. We have years again on the x-axis and the catch rates on the y-axis. The trophy catch rates are in the solid circles, and the small lake trout catch rates are with the black triangles there. The data is representing 2 different net types used each spring. And then the line represents the trend line for a 95% confidence interval on the trend of each of those data sets. This figure is a little bit misleading, as given we do have the two different net types and different techniques generating each of these data sets. We can't really compare one to the other. So whereas it looks like we have a lot more trophy lake trout in the system based on this figure than we do small lake trout, that's not necessarily true, and that'll be made more clear as additional figures are shown here. But based on this figure, we can see that overall we have a decline in the abundance of trophy lake trout and a small increase in the abundance of small lake trout. And just as a reminder, it was this 1980s window that the small lake trout population caused a decline in our natural reproducing kokanee population. So this figure, I'm glad it's more visible on the other projector here. But this is basically taking that reservoir-wide data set and breaking it out by our 3 geographical regions in the reservoir. And the main thing I want to point out with this figure is that those trends that what we were seeing on the reservoir-wide scale are really being driven by the Wyoming side of the reservoir. And the canyon section has remained relatively unchanged over the decades. The next figure here, it's just taking our small lake trout data set and breaking it up one more time. The solid triangles, or sorry, the solid circles that are on there are showing the catch rates of those lake trout that are 17 to 28 inches. And then the small triangles are representing those lake trout that are less than 17 inches. This data set is showing that we have seen a decline in the abundance of our catch rates of those lake trout that are 17 and 28 inches. But we're also have seen an increase in the abundance, of the catch rates of the lake trout less than 17 inches. And this data set is matching what anglers were also seeing in the reservoir this past year. And last winter, anglers were definitely reporting higher catch rates of those really small lake trout in the system that they hadn't previously been seeing. This one here is showing the condition of lake trout. Condition is kind of our way of evaluating a fish's well-being given its current length. We use relative weights to measure their condition. So in an ideal population, a fish will have a relative weight of around 100. When a relative weight is less than 100, that's kind of a red flag to us that there is something going on. Typically, it means there's too many individuals in the population and there's a fight for the amount of resources available to those individuals. And alternatively, if there is a condition factor that is over 100, that means there's plenty of resources for the individuals in the population. So this figure here is looking at the lake trout sampled in our springtime netting. The length of the lake trout is on the bottom, and then their relative weight score is along the y-axis there. And these are grouped together by decade. We'll notice a pretty apparent pattern here where they start off when they're younger, about up to 17 inches in size. Their relative weights are pretty high. And then about when they're 20 to 25 inches is when they're in their lowest condition. And then once they mature enough to get up into the trophy size class, that's when their condition improves again, typically to over 100. Most recently, though, the relative weights for our trophy lake trout, the yellow data set here in the red box, have declined. So it's telling us that it's a likely result of reduced prey availability in the reservoir, which leads us to believe that also the lack of kokanee in the reservoir. And we've also been telling the public that we have a lot of trophy lake trout anglers. They spend a lot of time on the reservoir targeting trophy lake trout, and that decline in condition is a concern to a lot of them. Think they're going to lose their trophy fishery, but lake trout are evolved to survive in these really unproductive periods, and it can do so for a very long time. So They can typically subside or survive in these periods of low prey availability until prey rebounds again, and then they'll improve in condition. This next figure here is a length frequency histogram of all lake trout that are netted from May to August this last year. The length of the fish, in this case, the lake trout is on the bottom, and the number of within a particular length group is on the y-axis. The yellow line here, that's representing our length of which a lake trout becomes included in the trophy length group. And then we also have the vertical dashed lines representing the 17 and 23-inch bins. There's a few things to point out on this figure. The first one here is the abrupt decline of the relative abundance of lake trout around this 22, 23-inch mark. Secondly, there are individuals in the population between this 23 and 20-inch mark that are recruiting to the trophy size. And once the fish enters that protective length limit, we don't need a lot of individuals because lake trout live for a really long time. And with the 1/28 regulation in place, they're really well protected once they hit that 20-inch mark, and we don't need very many fish entering that size group, that protective limit, to maintain the trophy component. The data set's also showing a large group of lake trout less than 17 inches that hasn't existed for many years. So this red box here is kind of showing a new group of lake trout moving up in the system that we haven't seen for many years. Additionally, the majority of lake trout we handle that are around 17 to 23 inches, a lot of them are sexually mature, and some of them are as small as 16 inches. And given these fish are most frequently spawning along the shorelines, given the number of the lake trout this size, there's a lot of spawning happening that could quickly increase their population size, and their increase in population size would have a much greater impact on the other sport fishes in the reservoir. So starting in 2019, another graduate project started up that was really looking at trying to determine what lake trout were eating in the reservoir and try to create a good age and growth model of the lake trout in the system. The project was completed by Chance Roberts at the University of Wyoming. The data in this figure is from lake trout sampled as part of that project from 2019. So we have age along the x-axis there, and then the length of the fish along the y-axis. This data set here is showing that the lake trout are exhibiting two different growth trajectories. There are some individuals that have a much higher growth potential and others that max out around that 23-inch mark. So if you'll recall from that previous slide, we showed that length frequency graph. This data does correlate nicely with that length frequency histogram, showing that, yeah, we have individuals in the population that just simply don't grow bigger than 23 inches, which would explain that drop in frequency on the other figure. It's also important to note that we also have individuals in the population that aren't growing greater than 23 inches that are 10 to 20 years old. The last comprehensive diet study on the gorge was completed back in 1991. So a large component of Chance's project was to reevaluate the lake trout diet in the system to update our 1991 study. And this figure here is showing diet work from the lake trout smaller than 28 inches using two different techniques from his work. The figure on the right, that is what was observed from their stomachs, and the one on the left was using stable isotopes, the use of carbon, nitrogen, and sulfur. The stable isotope work was really showing us or giving us a visual representation of what the fish are actually eating, of you are what you eat. So the elemental signatures of the prey items that they are consuming would be representative within the fish's body. And there's different structures that you can use looking at different timelines, but this graph on the left was using mussels. So that's giving us a snapshot over about a year's of time of consumption of what they were eating. The green bars on this data set, that's reflecting bugs, zooplankton, crayfish. And then the brown bars are reflecting various fish species in the reservoir. Both methods are showing that as lake trout move up or grow into different size classes here, their reliance upon fishes also increases. The isotope model on the left is also suggesting that a higher proportion of their diet consists of fishes compared to the stomach data that's on the right. We're theorizing that this is likely because the lake trout have a tendency to regurgitate large prey items when under stress. So anytime that they are in our gill nets or they are hooked by an angler, they have a tendency to regurgitate all their larger prey items, leading us to believe that the isotope model is more representative, more holistic view of lake trout, what lake trout are truly consuming in the reservoir. Now, if we look solely at the kokanee component of their diet, this kind of mid-brown shaded bar there, they're making up 28% of lake trout diet greater than 17 inches, and even 15% for those that are under 17 inches. So coupling this data along with the frequency histogram is alarming, as it's these fish that are the most dominant in the reservoir. And their reliance upon kokanee and their abundance could have could quickly overwhelm our kokanee population. So in 2023, we spent some time and decided to conduct a population estimate and coupled that effort with our every 10-year creel on Flaming Gorge Reservoir, where we go out and talk to anglers about what they're targeting and what they're catching. We have two previous population estimates that were conducted on the reservoir. These were in 1982 and 1988. Their estimates were for lake trout under 25 inches, and it came out to be about 43,000 individuals each of those years. Our own population study required us to go tag. We tried for 1,000 individuals, ended up tagging just over 500 individuals in the fall of 2022. Recaptures are pivotal in us creating a good population estimate. So in order to try to encourage anglers to call in the fish they did catch with a tag, we had a portion of those tags worth $50. And if they caught one of those fish, we would give them that reward money. And that really bolstered our returns we got for generating our population estimate. And then we also went out there to give us an even better estimate and conducted some netting of our own from May through August. We used three different methods to generate population estimates. We used those that were returned during the creel, those that we caught with our gill netting effort from May through August, and then also an extrapolation of our creel data set for those tags that were caught on non-creel days. As you can see, our confidence around each of those estimates individually is pretty poor. However, when you combine all three methods together into one estimate, our estimate is 143,000 plus or minus 35,000, which is a really good estimate. The estimate itself is roughly 3 times higher than what was seen in the early 1980s. This is also adding validity to our trend netting data that showed also an increase in the small lake trout trend data set. And then based on the average reservoir elevation this past year, the estimate also equates to about 4.25 fish per acre. And I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with Blue Mesa Reservoir in Colorado, but that's about twice a higher fish density as what they saw before they implemented some of their measures to bring lake trout back under more manageable conditions there. So as mentioned earlier, the population estimate that was coupled with our creel that's conducted every 10 years. This creel was conducted from January through the end of August, and provides us a lot of good information of what anglers are targeting and also what their catch and harvest rates are. This figure here is showing both angler catch, the black bars, and then their harvest rates, that's good, gray bars. They're white on these other ones. The upper figure here, that's representing what was caught in the winter months, and then the bottom figure is what was caught from summer. What we can see here right away, is when we just specifically highlight the small lake trout catch rates, is that fewer of them are caught in the summertime, and also the harvest rate from anglers on the small lake trout is also lower in the summertime. So this also highlights the fact that in a really poor ice year, we would expect to see much lower harvest rates or fewer individuals harvested of lake trout on an annual basis in a poor ice year. So we can also look at the same data set and we can break it up, looking at each of the 3 regions across the reservoir. We know a lot of the small lake trout reside on the Wyoming side of the reservoir. And this is mimicking also what anglers are seeing. Most of the lake trout caught and harvested are coming from the Wyoming side, that inflow and open hills region. That's the top 2 bars there. And these are 5 to 6 times higher than what anglers are seeing or catching and harvesting on the canyon region of the reservoir. During the creel, we also took measurements of the fish that were caught by anglers. So this is a length frequency histogram. So length of the fish on the x-axis there and the frequency those fish were caught along the y-axis. And these lighter green bars are reflecting the individuals that anglers caught. And then the dark green bars are showing what we caught in our netting we conducted from May through the end of August. What we can see on this figure is that anglers are pretty good at effectively targeting those individuals that are 17 to 22 inches in size, but that anglers are not all that effective at targeting fish smaller than 17 inches. And we know from our netting, there's a lot of individuals out there, and as these smaller individuals grow to larger sizes, their impact on the other sport fisheries is only going to increase. But on the plus side, as they grow, they also become more available to angler harvest. We are also curious about how many anglers were taking advantage of the current 12 fish regulation. This figure here is showing how frequently anglers harvested small lake trout on any given day. What we can see here is about half the population or half the anglers caught fewer than 3 fish on any given day. We can also see that about 3% of the public actually took advantage of that 12 fish limit, maxing out at 12. The data reveals there's a lot of opportunity for anglers to have a bigger impact on the lake trout population. But we also know that lake trout can be very difficult to target and catch on any given day. And we kind of knew this going into drafting the current regulation. So we wanted to give anglers the opportunity to harvest 12 fish on those days that fishing is really good, but also allow anglers to, if they wanted to, harvest fewer individuals, but still be able to possess up to 24 fish at their residence. So I also want to take some time here and go over some of the recommended actions we heard from the public while we were conducting our creel this year. Most of the comments from the anglers were centered around the idea that they would like to see a reduction in the kokanee limit, to go unlimited on the small lake trout, and also see the department start a net removal program for the small lake trout. We'll talk about some of these options just a few more minutes here. We also talked to a few anglers that, you know, that was their opinion that there was no problem with the lake trout. They thought their densities were on point. And some thought that we should start using a barge to stock our fish and switch to nighttime, which the use of a barge was something that had been done in the past and was decided that we should abandon doing that because of safety concerns. And then the expense required to build a suitable boat to be able to go out and do that on any given day in the gorge. It's quite expensive. Additionally, the stalking at night is something that could decrease the immediate predation effect by like birds. But that predation is still going to be taking place on subsequent days. And the bird predation is something that we haven't seen change. Bird densities on the reservoir haven't really changed the last few decades. We also heard from the public, they want to see us increase our stocking rates. But as you guys are probably aware, that most all of our facilities are at capacity for what we can raise currently. So we don't really have an option for ramping up our stocking rates. And this was a decision that was made in the 1990s, and that really just masked the issue of predation. It was also brought up that we should stock another forage fish. Any new forage species would likely compete for the same resources as our kokanee, and that's going to negatively impact that world-renowned fishery. On top of this, any forage fish that's brought in, it has to come from a disease-free and AIS-free source, which is becoming ever so difficult to achieve. And then there's a lot of instances around the US where the decision was made to bring in a new forage species with the best of intentions, but unfortunately sometimes resulted in that fishery worse off than it was before. So talking with the public during the Creel, that was very insightful for us. And we're continuing to discuss all the options with the public as ways to improve the fishery. We really wanted to keep the public involved in this process, so we hosted 2 different open house meetings. These were meetings where we presented some of this data on the current status of the fishery and shared what we learned from recently completed research projects. We also want to make sure the public had an opportunity to voice their opinions about what they felt like the fishery needed in order to improve. And we also wanted to just make sure that they just really got the data to see what was happening in the reservoir from our vantage point of what the data was saying before they just started hearing a bunch of proposals as far as what the department was recommending. So we held the 2 open houses. One was in Green River, one was in Evanston. These were well attended by the public and both personnel from the department and Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. Utah Division of Wildlife Resources is going to have one of their own down in Vernal, Utah, and that's going to be on February 1st. Knowing that a lot of the public might not be able to attend one of these in-person meetings, we also went ahead and posted the presentation of the Flaming Gorge Management website. It's kind of pictured there. And as of about a week ago, that video had about 1,200 views already. And then we're also getting feedback from the public at our open houses and a survey link on the management page. So once they reviewed all the data, we wanted their comments on a survey form. We have about 55 or 60 responses from the public so far. So what we've heard in this whole process, the public was overwhelmingly supportive of, one, taking action, and we're more critical in this process of the fact that we weren't coming out with any actions that we were, or any recommendations yet. The survey results here are showing that the majority were supportive of going to an unlimited harvest of lake trout, less than 28 inches, and for starting up a net removal program that targets the small lake trout. And they were also generally supportive of decreasing the kokanee creel limit. The public also brought up some additional ideas in response to the survey and during the open houses. Some of those were suggested to issue a special use permit that would allow unlimited harvest during the fishing derbies and also decrease the length of the protective lake trout regulation to somewhere from 28 to 23 or 25 inches. They also mentioned that there was a need for waste to be allowed, as has been allowed on burbot. They're saying they understood many anglers don't want to harvest them. for any given reason, and that harvest would certainly increase if waste was permitted, which would give anglers an even bigger impact on the population. And anglers also brought up that a special use fee should be created in order to fund such projects as like a net removal or a bounty program. So that's a lot of the data that we have, but just a quick recap on some of the highlights of our concerns with the lake trout in the gorge. First is that this has been a slow growing problem since the 1980s. The lake trout population across the west have caused declines in the kokanee and other sport fish populations. The population estimate right now is about 3 times greater than it was in the 1980s. And small lake trout opportunistically eat sport fish, and kokanee alone can make up a quarter of their diet. The data also suggests that predation is the main factor keeping sport fish from recruiting to anglers, and that roughly 10% of our anglers are harvesting more than 6 fish per day. So the department and the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources personnel, we're actively pulling together a list of management options based on the completed and ongoing research projects. What we know is that if we do nothing, we can expect a situation to get worse. What we would expect to see is a high abundance of small lake trout under 28 inches and a low abundance of the trout and kokanee in the system. The low abundance of trout and kokanee will also result in our trophy lake trout remaining skinny. We believe that the recovery of the kokanee population and trout is possible if we actively manage small lake trout. Actively reducing the abundance of the small lake trout will mean that there's more kokanee and trout in the system, leaving more prey availability for the trophy lake trout, which means trophy lake trout improving in their condition or resulting in a heavier fish on the angler's line. We believe that we would be most effective with a 2-prong approach, net removal and with the use of anglers. We're still analyzing the data and reviewing some case scenarios from other systems across the US that have faced a similar high abundance of lake trout. And we are concerned that anglers alone might not be able to have a large enough impact. So we're recommending to start a net removal program that is completed either by the department or commercially. We anticipate starting net removal with department personnel in 2024, while the options for a commercial netting operation are reviewed. We're also proposing to reclassify lake trout as a non-game fish. While some of our non-game classifications are tied to a must-kill, the lake trout would not. And the department would actually be encouraging anglers to consume their catch or to find anglers or other constituents that would like to accept those fish and eat them. The reason we're proposing reclassifying them as a non-game fish is that this move does allow for unlimited harvest. And that'll free anglers from the constraints of possession limits. We also know there's a lot of anglers out there that they just don't like to eat lake trout, so they don't keep them. So listing as a non-game does allow for the option for those anglers that don't want to keep them, the availability to properly dispose of those individuals. And then every lake trout that we get removed from the system is really going to help bring balance back to the fishery. But we're also proposing to keep our 1/28-inch length limit, and that's in an effort to maintain our protection of our trophy lake trout component of the lake trout fishery. We'll also be proposing to reduce the kokanee creel limit back to 3. This isn't something that's a biological justified change, as even prior to our current creel, our previous creels were showing that most anglers in the reservoir, about 75% of the anglers would catch 2 or fewer kokanee in a trip. So just a handful of individuals could actually catch their limit of 3. So reducing the limit back to 3 isn't really going to have a biological factor on the population, but It'll leave a few individuals in there, which could mean a few more eggs in the gravel and better survival of our natural reproducing population. And then this reg change is something that's certainly socially acceptable. We're also looking in ways that we can accelerate the regulation process, as what we've heard from the public is they wanted us to see or be more responsive to changes that were wanting to be made. So as such, we're proposing to open the chapter 56 for regulation proposals that are just going to be specific to Flaming Gorge Reservoir. Those proposals that make it through the public process then would be submitted to the commission at the July meeting. And if approved, would then go into effect January 1st, 2025. So sport fisheries around the western US, what's happening on the gorge has happened in other places around. And the agencies, a lot of these other states have taken drastic measures in order to bring balance back to those fisheries. The article Western Lake Trout Woes does a really good job of highlighting a lot of those management challenges. So if you guys haven't read that article, I do encourage you to give that a quick read. You know, a list of what we propose to do. We're still working on some of those actions. Some of them are going to require a lot amount of money. Some of them are requiring a lot of regulation changes that haven't really been done before. And the public really wants to see us come out with a solidified path forward and rather quickly. But regardless of that finalized path, we're remaining committed to facing the challenges ahead on the Flaming Gorge Reservoir and trying to improve the Flaming Gorge fishery for the public. And with that, I'll take any questions that there might be.
Thank you for that, John. Very interesting. I have some questions. So I'm guessing it's a capacity issue. So in one slide, we release some trout at 8 inches, but we release our kokanee at 3. I'm guessing we just don't have facility to raise them to a bigger size.
I really don't want to speak for the culture section, but my understanding, yes, President Brokaw, it's easier for our facilities to raise smaller fish. We can have higher numbers of smaller fish. The 6-inch to 8-inch rainbows, those are housed in our facilities for about a year. And the kokanee are housed in there for a few months before they get sent off to the waters they get stocked in. But yeah, for the numbers of fish going in to the reservoir, like Flaming Gorge Reservoir, that 1.65 million, of which 900,000 coming from our own facilities. Growing those fish to a larger size, we simply don't have the space, and then we wouldn't be able to have those numbers either.
Yeah, that
The
would
stocking
be
rate would have
tremendous.
to decline significantly to raise a larger fish.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Yes,
Commissioner
Mr.
Roberts?
President. And would it be fair to say that the kokanee population is dropping in all of pretty much the whole western United States, even in lakes that don't have lake trout in them?
Yes, President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, there are definitely systems across the US that this past year have experienced declines in their kokanee populations, or at least are seeing changes in them. The issue on the gorge, at least, it is not just this last year issue. For us, this change has been happening for at least 7 years. Just because we started documenting fewer adults spawning in the gorge about 4 years ago. And we've seen fewer and fewer in the subsequent years, but it takes 4 years to even create an adult. So whereas we're talking about kokanee population now, and a lot of states have seen declines this year, our declines really started and have continued to decline up to 7 years prior to what other states have seen this year, leading us to believe that what's happening on the gorge isn't a 2023 phenomenon. It's from previous years as well.
Hi, Commissioner Bell.
Mr. President, thank you, John. Appreciate this. These are actually some of the same things that I'm hearing from fishermen at Lake DeSmet. So drop in kokanee and increased lake trout. And so if we're gonna, I would like to see us look at this on some other lakes also, so that we maybe try to get ahead of the curve on something else quicker than we maybe are doing it now. So anyway, thank you.
Any other questions? On your last slide, your potential recommendations, I like all of them. And I would encourage the department to engage all of them as feasible. And so there was a request from the department to start the process of opening up the chapter. Is that correct? 56?
46.
46?
Chapter 46.
46? I certainly support that. So what's the pleasure of the commission?
I would move for us to do so. And I would like to speak on behalf of the motion, if it's seconded also.
So noted. Is there a second to the motion to start the process to open up 46, chapter 46?
Second.
Second by Ashley. Comments?
And okay, and thank you, Mr. President. And I've been keenly involved in this process, and I think it's good policy for us to do so. I think that I feel comfortable with what the department's doing, what Rob and everybody's doing on Flaming Gorge. I applaud their efforts of all they do and the tough fishery that they're in. So I would support moving forward, and I would support us as a commission to do it as fast as we can. I think it's the best policy that we could do as a state of Wyoming.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Roberts. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 22. Jennifer Doring, license selling agents. Yay.
Good afternoon, Commission.
They look up to something. Good afternoon, Ms. Doring.
Good afternoon, Commission President Brokaw, members of the Commission, Director Nesvik. I'm here to present license selling agents for the January Commission meeting. And at this Commission meeting, I'm asking for the Commission's approval to vote to transfer one license selling agent, the Conoco Country Store in Lovell, and then the renewal of 5 license selling agents that failed to renew their annual bonding by December 1st. So by state law, the department has to receive an annual renewal application and the $50 bonding payment from license selling agents on or before December 1st. Any agent failing to meet that deadline of December 1st is allowed to continue to sell licenses through that current year. So last year when they missed December 1 of 2023, they were bonded through December 31st of 2023 and were allowed to continue to sell up until that date. As of January 1, 2024, because they failed to bond timely, their terminals were inactivated and suspended until we could present them at this commission meeting. So the 5 agents listed on your memo have all submitted their applications and $50 bonding check, which we are holding until we receive approval from the commission. So those agents are the Bear Lodge Resort in Dayton, the Buckboard Marina in Green River, the Hams Fork Station in Kemmer, Brommel's Ace Hardware in Alpine, as well as KJ's number 32 in Alpine. And so that with that, I would ask that the commission approve the transfer of the Conoco Country Station and the 5 agents who failed to bond timely to continue to sell into the 2024 season. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions for those? Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Do you have any kind of a problem with any of those? Any reason why we shouldn't renew?
Commission President Brokaw, Commissioner Jolovich, no, we do not. And just so you guys are aware, all of those 5 agents are on ACH, which I know is something else that you guys like to know. is that they're on electronic payment as well.
Thank you.
And my question, Jennifer, these are separate from the cancellation email we got, this two different.
Commission President, that is correct. The cancellation emails that you receive are for agents that fail to pay their monthly invoices by the 10th of the month, which is per Chapter 31, the Commission's regulation governing licensing agents. These are agents who have failed to do an annual bonding process.
Very good. Any other questions? Commissioner Bell, you ready to move?
I am, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the transfer of one licensed selling agent, Conoco Country Store in Lovell, and the renewal of 5 agents, Bear Lodge Resort in Dayton, Buckboard Marina, Green River, the Hams Fork Station in Kemmer, Brulham's Ace Hardware in Alpine, and the KJ's number 32 in Alpine.
It's been so moved. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Any discussion, further discussion? Hearing seen none, all those in favor of that motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I have one last thing, but we should do a call to the public. That completes our written agenda. Is there a call to the, this is a call to the public. Is there any public in the room like to make comment? Any public online? Okay, so then I would ask the commission for a motion to adjourn our public session and to go into executive session to discuss property rights.
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Ladwig. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. I needed one more. All those approve, disapprove. The ayes have it. We will adjourn our public session and go into executive session. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and your participation today.
And for executive session, the only folks I need to stay are the 2 deputy directors and the 4 division chiefs and obviously Ben. So